Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Case by Case. I'm Amy. I have Cherie with me tonight and Dee.
Hello.
How's everybody doing?
I'm doing well.
Dee, how are you doing? Dee is muted. I have a lot to go over tonight. A lot. So I hope you guys have
sorry, Amy. I was trying to answer, but I was muted.
Yeah, you were.
I'm trying to figure out this StreamYard thing and the comments and whatnot. So,
all right, no worries.
I'm a little technically challenged.
No worries.
There's a link down here that says having issues. Like, how did you know? Why? Yes,
It's very helpful. So guys, everybody that's on here right now, please really quick, go out and hit the subscribe button, like and share. That's all free. This tonight is going to be part one of what I call the Carroll County Underground. It's a lot of different things that I've researched. I've been researching this for like really hard for like the past 2 years. Where did Cherie go? Did she bump out? So everybody in chat, hello. Thanks for joining us. I have a big presentation, so I'm not going to go individually through the chat. Thank you all for being here. And just remember that everything that I'm discussing is opinion for the most part. But I do like to show my work. So you can take that with a grain of salt and you can look over what I'm providing. But I know that Carroll County is no longer going to be investigating this case, and I am not convinced that they have the right person. So until that happens, if it happens, in the meantime, we have a lot of work to do. And I think the bickering amongst all the creators, I think all of the people who are close to the families who care, I would like to see all of us come together and work together and figure out any way that we can more information, because Abby and Libby absolutely deserve that. So, any questions? Anybody have something to say? My email is scrolling across the bottom of the screen. So if any of you watching have any information to send me or a tidbit or some small fact, I'll take it. And at some point in time, it'll get used. Colleen C. She says the sound is going loud and then low.
Yeah, you were really loud, loud and clear in the beginning, but now it seems like you're going high and low or loud and quiet, however you want to say it.
All right, let me check my cord. What does that sound like?
Good so far.
Is it louder?
It's clearer. It seems so far you're not going up and down anyway.
Okay. It might have just been where I was moving to. I don't know. So is everybody ready?
Yep. I'm just going to say, because I know Amy will never say this or mention this, but there are ways to support the channel. It's scrolling across the bottom of the screen. And also, I believe super chats and memberships are on. So, and also just hitting the thumbs up or sharing this on your socials, like that helps more than anything. So, I just wanted to throw that out there. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Dee. Yeah, I wouldn't say that. All right, guys. So for any of you who have watched my channel and you know, I've covered Ashley's case. I've been working on it very hard for the past 2 years. But also Delphi and things that correlate between the two. Oh, thank you, Mother of Dragons. So it should be no surprise to most of you that I'm kicking off tonight with a group of people that I feel need to be really hard looked at, which is the Palladinos. So we are going to get into it. So, right off the bat, we've got CJ Palladino back in 2011. I really have not been able to figure out what he's holding in his hands, but his father, Curtis, posted this. And for those of you who don't know, the Palladinos live in Monticello, which is a hop, skip, and a jump away from Delphi, literally. And they're kind of a large family, and they have a serious reputation. They have always been on my list of POIs in the Delphi case, among others. And that's what's so crazy about this. I mean, it's bizarre how many facets of people could be involved in this. So, Aaron said that's an old-fashioned video camera in his hand. That's kind of what I thought. So, that is CJ in his younger years. He has changed quite a bit. So we are just going to start this off with a big one. There it is. I blocked out the sender of this. This is actually a second-hand message that was sent to me. It says, so Red, aka Sheena, I have her face down there in the right-hand corner. Her maiden name was Sheena Cottrell. She is now a Sheena Dillon. So Red, aka Sheena, was at my apartment, and she was beyond high. Garrett and Blank was there too, and 2 other people, and his boyfriend. Sheena was out of her mind, high, going on about how she was there when CJ Palladino killed those girls, and she knows what all happened, etc. I went to the cops with the information, and they dismissed it because I was loaded at the time. There was never talk of a videotape, unless Sheena told Garrett that I never heard that. Furthermore, if I knew 100% who did that to them poor girls, I would go straight to the state police. I couldn't imagine if those were my children, it would break me. And then the person responding said Garrett also implicated Jason Palladino to Delphi. He responds back and says Sheena implicated the Palladinos all the way. Mark, Jason, and CJ. So are you guys surprised by that?
I think I had read that or seen that, or maybe you told me like a while ago. But I know that it's definitely like still kind of surprising when you hear it. I don't know. It's just crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that, I mean, it was worth sharing because I don't think I don't think that nothing is cut and dried. And as far as I'm concerned with this case now, even though Rick Allen has been found guilty, to me, I kind of feel like we all need to just start back at 0 and go back to everybody's a suspect. There's so much in this case, and I truly blame law enforcement for not being transparent and for hiding things. And for 5 years they made us think that this was something that a lot of people were involved in, the non-secular ordeal, the staging, the trophies. I mean, they've made this case what it is. And the public interest in it is because of all of the secrecy. So that needs changed. And until Judge Gall gets off this case, if she ever gets off this case, we're going to be dealing with more of the same. So there's that. Oh. Sorry, guys. My now this, for those of you who don't know, who haven't watched my channel, this is the Palladino property, what they call the compound. There's two trailers. The top picture where it says Hodges Drive. The 6045 Hodges Drive is on the right. The 6047 is on the left. This is kind of like a big corner lot. And they have cameras everywhere. You can see over here on the far right-hand side, this tree is right there by the front door. I have the arrow pointing to it. So if anyone ever was to try to go out there, just be aware they have cameras everywhere. Now, down here in the left-hand corner, is Terry Smothers. His nickname is Tater. And I know in 2019, he was living at the second trailer. The reason I put him on here is because he is the one that, before Talitha Beckley, who was involved in Nicole Bowen's murder, before she turned herself in, she gave Terry Smothers her phone and her iPad to dispose of, and he did not. He ended up giving it to Mark Palladino. So where those two items ended up, I do not know. I have tried to communicate with him. He doesn't respond. He wants nothing to do with this, but he is fully aware of the shenanigans that go on over there at 6045, and he is fully aware of what happened to Nicole Bowen and why. But he doesn't want to respond at all. So let me double check here. Sorry, guys. My little mouse is touchy. Okay. So we're going to get, nobody, nothing, 1717. We're going to get to the farm a little bit later. The compound is over off 600, right outside of Delphi. I mean, literally from the McDonald's and the CVS, it's maybe 5 minutes. So this is Jason on the left-hand side. He's the youngest brother. And CJ is on the right-hand side. He's the older one. CJ is the one who, typically when you look at his photos, he's got his one eye covered. Apparently he did something that he was cooking meth and blew it up and ended up taking like half of his eye out. Jason is the one who, at the time in 2019, who was with Talitha Beckley. Now, Talitha Beckley is a woman that was very much caught up in the Palladino family. She, for a long time, dated Mark Palladino. They were actually arrested together, breaking and entering, and Mark went to jail. She got out on bond and ended up taking a plea deal in the Nicole Bowen murder. And I think she got 8 years because she was an habitual offender. But at the time of Nicole's death in March of 2019, she was with Jason. Now, Jason and CJ both, and I believe along with Mark, which is their uncle, after the Delphi murders, they took off to California the same week. I've been given that information numerous times. Hey, it's a new day. Glad you're here. So that's Jason and CJ. Hold on. My little slide thingy doesn't want to work right because my little mouse is too sensitive.
Hey, Amy, I'm going to leave and come back in under the mod manager tab or whatever, because I think I must have to do that to be able to do the thing with the comments. So I'll be back.
Okay.
All right.
Why is it important about the Palladinos? Well, this is why. There were 3 phones that pinged inside the geofencing, and I know who 2 of them are. Garrett Kurtz was one of them. He was interviewed multiple times, and the phone that pinged that belonged to him, he claimed he didn't have anymore. He had sold it, which to be fair, that was something that Garrett used to do. He used to buy and sell and trade phones for drugs all the time. However, Mark Palladino also pinged in the geofencing. And it is a fact that CJ Palladino was out on the trails the day the girls' bodies were found. That's why this group of people need to be looked at. Yeah, oh my. Thank you, 26. You can lurk all you want. If you guys are just now joining us, there's like over 100 people watching. Guys, hit that like button, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you guys get notified when we go live again. So here we have Curtis Palladino. Curtis Palladino on the left is Jason and CJ's father. And I have been told that when asked, this was just told to me recently, and this person she's not new to this case at all. She's not new to all of these suspects at all. When I asked which one of the Palladinos is the worst, and they said the one who never gets in trouble. And that would be Curtis. That's the dad of CJ and Jason. His record is pretty clean. However, his brother, Mark, is always in trouble. I had thought he had got out on parole, but he did not. He's actually in Westville right now. And he's serving a sentence his time is mainly because he's an habitual offender. And he was arrested with Talitha in Pulaski County for breaking and entering. And his past charges caught up with him. So he ended up taking a hit. I believe he got 8 years as well. So that's those 2. And all of these Palladinos are still in Monticello, either Monticello or Yemen. Curtis Palladino has, I believe, 4 properties that he owns, and 2 of them are in Yemen. And then Curtis owns the 2 lots on Hodges Drive as well. So we're going to keep going. You guys have any questions? Hey, Justice Seeker. Hey, Truth Seeker. Hi, Christy Sharp. How are you?
His Mark looks a lot older than Curtis. Is he? Or is it just...
You know what? I can't remember. I've got all of their personal information on here. I'm not sure.
It's not really relevant. I just wondered.
I don't, and the thing is I have not been able to track down any kids of Mark's. Now, Curtis has several. Yeah, Curtis Palladino, Big Curtis, because CJ is actually a Curtis as well, but it's um, Curtis Joseph, so they call him CJ. Um, but Curtis has several ex-wives, which we're going to go over, and Curtis has several kids. Tater 8, that is a source that I cannot. I'm very protective of my sources, and that's not a source that I can reveal. But I would have never, ever, ever put that out there about the pings and the geofencing if I didn't know for sure. CJ was at the trails the day the girl was found. I've gotten that from many sources. Yeah, Yemen is where is where Curtis lives. And what's interesting about his street in Yemen is when you turn down his road, which is on Main Street, his house is on the right-hand side. And Cherie, you can back me up because we were there together. And the issue was there was 2 addresses on that street that he owned. One is a house and the other one is it's like an auctioning building. So based on the property and the property sites from Indiana, he owns both of them. He says, okay, I'm going to watch a how-to video on the StreamYard. So for now, if you guys have a question, yeah, in front of that really helped draw attention to it for me. Okay. So Dee is saying that if you have a question, put that symbol. Let me see here.
I was going to remark that I was surprised how you go on Hodges Drive and then you look at, wasn't it Curtis that lived right on, like on the other side of the street from that auction place? Not directly, but
yeah, Big Curtis is the one who lives on that street where his house is on the same side of the street as that auction building.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah, it's on the same side.
It's really nice. I mean, compared to Hodges Drive.
Yeah. Now, let me see here. I'm going to try to do something, guys. And if I mess it up, I'm sorry. Because I'm ordering a new laptop. My laptop is about had it. And it's bogged down with so much information. Are you talking about the old schoolhouse in Yemen that is now the auction house? Yes, I am. Bell Mayhem. Yes, I am. Well, thank you. But I'm going to try to I'm going to try to share my screen really quick. So, because I have actual, and you have to forgive the scary music. Hold on. I did it on what is it, CapCut, so it had like a whole soundtrack thing with it. But let me see if I can show you the video of Hodges Drive. It's a very scary area, to be honest. And when people call it the compound, I was expecting like this big, massive compound. It's not that at all. Let me see here. Okay, that didn't work. Hold on. I'll have to pull it back up later. It's not going to work for me. But it's on my channel. So it says Hodges Drives. If you go through my videos, not my lives or shorts, it's an actual video. It says Hodges Drive. It's on there. Okay, now we're going to move on. Krista Palladino. That is Jason and Curtis's sister. Extensive arrest record in this family. She has an extensive arrest record. These highlighted posts on the right-hand side are things that we tracked down from way back where someone commented on a post that she made. It says her grandmother, Sally Hunt, was commenting on there, and someone commented, "Your granddaughter is a monster. She should be doing life in prison for what she's done. There should literally be a documentary about her. Crystal is a piece of shit. I hope she never gets a chance to take another breath of fresh air ever again." So Crystal comments back basically saying she's turned over a new leaf, yada, yada, yada. Her grandmother comes on and says, "Yes, you are sweet. That's why I love you." And then someone else commented again, says, "Sally Hunt, no, she's not. She's a junkie. She robs and steals from people. She kills people. She's a horrible person, and I'm sorry you're related to her." So Crystal, I don't know if I've told this story before or not. Crystal was, how many of you guys are familiar with the app called Nextdoor?
I'd never heard of it before until you mentioned it in connection with her.
Okay, so Nextdoor is an app that you download and you put in your address, and it's supposed to be, like a community page where people in your neighborhood all can connect. So she was using Nextdoor to basically offer a fake cleaning service, and she was going in people's homes and stealing and robbing from them. And these next series, 4 pits. I did time with Mark in Carroll County in 2001. Did you really? Yeah, between law and laughs. Yes, there was. Mark Palladino's phone did ping in the geofence. Imagine that. And if you go back through all of the cases that Nick McClelland, as a defense attorney, he represented the Palladinos quite a bit. Not pointing fingers. I'm just putting the information out there, and you guys can sleuth it all you want. But this Nextdoor app, she got caught stealing. And when she got caught, she took off, but left her phone behind. And when she left her phone behind, that person who owned the home was able to get in her phone. How? I don't know. Some of this stuff comes to me randomly. So these next slew of messages were what this person whose house she was trying to rob found on her phone. Miranda, I've never been on a Kelsey trip, so sorry. I'm not sure who Crystal's talking to in these messages. But she's texting someone and it says, "I'm going to need a load one up for Lucas." Lucas was one of her children's father. And the person who responded said, "Hot as in like a hot shot, like a lethal dose. She said, yeah, I'm turning myself in tonight. They can't pin me. I got you, air or F. Whatever, get him out of mine and my kid's life. Bet, mama, I got you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. You know, I'll marry you when I get out. I love you, baby girl. I love you too, baby. Hey, can you come and get me? Clayton is dead and I ran. I can't go back to jail. I'm still on the bracelet. The fuck you mean he's dead? You actually did it? I didn't do shit. He shot himself up, but there's enough fit to make all of us go. Where you be? Checkers Lane, walking towards Brookfield. On my way. What the fuck? He's alive. There was enough fit in that to kill us all. His tolerance is up. He's like a cockroach. He will never die. Woman, I don't want to be part of that. You're crazy. Leave me out of it. I'm trying to do better. Why can't you guys see that? Nah, I shouldn't even have messed with you or have you a ride. To be honest, leave me alone till I get to life figured out. So it's not just the men in this family. It's all of them. Any questions? All right, let me move on. So the next big bomb drop is, here's the map. So you guys see where the Palladino compound is, right there. You walk out the back door and you walk through the trees out there to 6116 North 1200 West Monticello. Charles Marchand lives there. That is Derek German's uncle. So if anybody is looking for a connection between the Palladinos and Derek German, that could be it. Like, is nobody thinking that's crazy? I can't tell what's going on in the chat.
How much, what's the distance between, I mean, roughly, ballpark, between the convent and that
So
place?
I'm not sure, but it's not far. So when we were out there and we came down that main road and we turned right onto 600?
Yeah.
Right before we turn right, there's a house on the right-hand side before we turn right on to 600. That's his house. Now, Charles, he's related to Becky Patty, and he's Derek German's uncle. So this is something I'm going to have to dig into a lot more. But I find that very interesting because I've always tried to make a connection because the Palladinos are people who, it's all about revenge. Like if you cross them, you're gonna get it. Over and over and over again, I've had information come to me about that. And if there's anything that's gone crazy between the Palladinos and Derek German, when we all know Derek German had a major record, and several people that he was busted with over the years got a lot of time, and he did not. and everybody has assumed that he snitched. And it's almost kind of, you can't even argue the fact that he snitched. So I know Christy Martin got a shit ton of time, and she was arrested with Derek for driving a box truck that had a lot of meth in it, and she got a lot of time. And all he got was like house arrest. Was it James Prater, Tyler French, Gabe Ellis, all of them that he got in trouble with over the years? His record was just as extensive, and he didn't do any time. So we're throwing out ideas. I personally am taking it back to the drawing board as far as suspects. This is just part one. This is just one facet of people that I think deserve to be looked at. And I'm showing you why. So, Christy Sharp, yes, Nick was their attorney several times. And the crazy thing about the Palladino compound is if you look up Big Curtis, who owns the property, Jason, CJ, and Mark, all of them hung out there. But anytime they were ever arrested, they never put that address down. They always put the Yemen addresses down. It was almost like this place didn't exist. So you can take that for what it's worth, but you can go look at their records. The Hodges Drive address is never put down where they live. But yet, if you run that address, you'll see that there's been search warrants served there. There's been all kinds of things that have gone on there. So hold on. Let me see.
Can you hear me, Amy?
Yep.
Hey, Viola is asking, are you aware of any ties between the Palladinos and Shane Meehan or Shane Meehan Jr., which I believe is the guy who killed Detective Fair or Agent Ferenczi or Detective Ferenczi?
I know who you're talking about. The one, yeah, he's not been tried yet. He's been deemed incompetent to stand trial.
Right.
I'm still working on that.
Okay.
So this is why those two residences being back to back the way they are out there in that area. I mean, there's nothing out there, guys. I mean, if you see where this yellow arrow is pointing, that road that runs all the way out to 1200, okay, where the 6116 sits on. This is like a beautiful little area right here. But once you get back down in here where the Palladino compound it is literally scary. Cherie? I mean, it's a very scary area, but there's nothing else out there. And it's very clear when you drive through there, everybody knows everybody because there's nothing else out there. They all know each other. So when this was brought to my attention, I was like, what? I have been looking for a very long time about a connection. And this right here could be the connection. Early in the investigation, there was a tip called in stating that Derek German had purchased a large amount of drugs, crystal ice, crystal meth, I'm not sure which, one of those two, from Mark Palladino and never paid for it. That is not a joke. That's not made up. I just can't remember what the name of the drug was. Sorry. But I know it was a lot of drugs. So could that be the issue the Paladinos had with Derek German?
When did that happen where Derek allegedly told on, was an informant and didn't get in a lot of trouble while his co-defendants did?
So I don't know the date off the top of my head. Anybody can go on Google and type in Derek German and Christy Martin, and the articles will come up when they were busted. I believe, I'm not sure where Christy Martin is now, but she got a substantial sentence. I know that Gabe Ellis and Derek ran around together, and Gabe Ellis was arrested right around the murders. He was said to be out there on the trails that day. I'm not sure how much that is true, but he was arrested shortly after that. He's rumored to also be involved in the murder of, I can't think of her name. She's from Kokomo. McClurklin, the girl who was abducted and murdered. It was her little cousin, I believe, that Gabe Ellis had pretty much kind of like kidnapped and was running around with her in the car, and he got pulled over. They were looking for him, and he got caught. But I mean, there's a bunch of names, and I'm going to go through a whole bunch more.
I looked it up. It was around 2008, it looked like.
For the Christy Martin?
Yeah.
Okay, well, Christy Martin is still in prison.
Hey, it's a new day. I don't know that. I've not heard that specifically, but I do know that he has, if you go on PACER, which is the federal court management system, he does have a number, which is like, it means that he's either had a federal offense that he's been convicted of, or is working with them on a case. That's pretty much a fact. So
it's a new day. You said, did Mike snitch on Derek? Mike who?
Mike Patty is, I believe, who they were talking about.
Oh, now that I've never heard that. No, Viola, I haven't heard about, I think I just answered that about the Palladinos and the Shane Meehan. Now, I've really tried really, really hard to find out about the Odinist angle with like the Palladinos. I know that Talitha Beckley was involved in some like weird shit, claiming she could see dead people and all this kind of stuff. We're going to kind of get into that. I think I can't remember how much I added in here, but so Jason Palladino has like 5 or 6 Facebook accounts, and if you go through his Facebook pages, I have so much stuff. I have a whole entire Dropbox of folders of information that is just never ends. But if you go through his Facebook pages, he just recently, Jason Palladino had a surgery, and he has pictures of himself from the hospital bed, and he's got some interesting tattoos. He doesn't have a shirt on, so go look at that. I just couldn't put it all in here. I mean, it's just all too much. So yeah, Derek German supposedly that, and that is not a whim of a accusation. I'm just going to say that. That's not a whim. That is a fact. Mark Palladino's phone pinged out there. I do not know what time. I just know that it was in the geofencing, which means it was within 60 to 100 yards of the crime scene, which means he was on that side of the creek, and he wasn't up there at 300. He had to have been that phone pinged in the woods. Yes, trial junkie. Derek did. Derek has an extensive record and did seriously no time. Uh-huh. Who just said that? Let me scroll back up here. Truth seeker. Who just said that? Who dis said they got our girls. That is a quote from Becky Patty. They got our girls. Dustin Prater, who won an appeal. Yes. He's also Tara German's wife, Amanda Duvall's, had a child with her. She is also the daughter of Jane Duvall, related to Jimmy Duvall, correct? Northern Star? Rivalry 80. I'm glad you're here too. I have hypothesis. Yes, there are. Garrett Kurtz just talked a lot about riding four-wheelers back there in those woods. He used to be like I don't know what you would call it, like a handyman on Ron Logan's property. He knew Ron Logan really well. His Garrett's dad and uncles and them they used to hunt with a lot of people, including Nick McClelland and Nick McClelland's family. And Garrett, I mean, I can pull up receipts for days. Garrett is the biggest idiot in life. He talks, and you kind of have to decipher whether he's telling the truth or not. But I have the whole entire arrest report from when he broke into Ashley's house, duct taped her, gagged her, and strangled her unconscious multiple times. And he never even showed his face in the courtroom for a hearing. Every single one of his hearings were canceled, and then his case was dismissed, which prevented Ashley from being able to present that evidence in the Nicole Bowen trial. But he said that Nick McClelland took care of it for him because their dads were friends. They hunted together. And I hear that all the time. I don't believe that Derek German has been in trouble since the murders. In my opinion, the next of all these people is a local militia that was meeting at Ron Logan's, and why the FBI was on top of this case so quick. Could be. You said Tater and Mark. Are you talking about Terry Smothers? Tater and Mark? Four Pits? Well, see, hi, Mama D. Derek German and Gabe Ellis, they were arrested. So I'm going to go back because when I was on Rick Snay's channel, I said they were arrested together. That was kind of I kind of misspoke. They were arrested for the same thing, not at the same time in the same place. They had broken into a fertilizing plant and stole a whole bunch of chemicals to help make meth, and they got caught together. So I don't know who owed money to who. I just know that all of the people that Derek was arrested with over the years, all of them got major jail time, prison time, except for him. And I have always personally wondered why in the fudge this man has not came out and spoke about his daughter. Like, he's never spoke about her. Demanded anybody come forward or talk about her or do an interview. And I mean, in 7 years, I would think, unless you have a guilty conscience or you, in your heart of hearts, feel like maybe you could have played a part in why she was chosen to be taken, I don't understand it. That's just my opinion. I'm not saying that is what happened. Again, we are going back to the drawing board. All of these people to me are suspects again, and I did not walk away from Richard Allen's trial feeling like they proved they have the right man. Father of Tara German's wife, Amanda Duvall's child. Her father is James Duvall. Okay, guys, let me see. Sorry, guys, I'm trying to keep up on the chat.
Amy Precascent is asking if Toby Garth worked at, I think it's Anderson's, the fertilizer plant.
Okay, so
it's been a persistent rumor, so if you can put it to bed.
Yeah. So I did do an interview with Toby Garth. It's on my channel. And I can't think of the name of the company that he works for. The company that Toby Garth works for, he's worked there for like 25 years.
Is it Nutrient Solutions or something like that?
It's something like that. It's a fertilizer company. But we discuss it in the live. It's been about probably like a year ago since we did the live. But the branch that Toby works at is not the branch that was broken into. And Toby does not know Derek German. He has seen him around town, but he does not know him personally. And he doesn't know Gabe Ellis. But if you go and you watch the Toby Garth interview, we discussed that extensively. It's not the same location. It's not in the same part of Indiana. So completely separate. That was, I mean, I have to give people credit for connecting the dots, and but that's why I show my work, because I'm not going to just throw stuff out. Everything that I have, I will show you. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. I'm trying not to be wrong. I've sat on a lot of this information, a lot of information, for a little over 2 years. And I just feel like now that Richard Allen's been found guilty, I know that as far as Indiana is concerned, this case is done and over with, and it should not be. So everybody out there who cares and wants to see real justice for Abby and Libby, we have work to do, because the ISP, Carroll County, they're not going to do it.
Have you heard Go ahead.
No, go
I was
ahead.
going to say, have you heard Catastrophes asked this a couple times too? Sorry, I wish I could highlight the comments. I'm seriously just technically challenged. I can't figure it out. So
I'm trying to keep up.
Catastrophe was wanting to know if you are aware of any connection to a Christian Marchand.
Christian Marchand. No, I've never heard that name. It's a new day. You're the second person who's asked that. Did Mike Patty originally snitch on Derek and the Palladinos? You'll have to email me and tell me where you're getting that, because you're the second person who's asked that, and I've not heard that. However, I do want to throw this out there. If anybody out there knows who worked for the Patties as a maintenance man in their rental properties, I need to know who that is. But it's a new day. I have not heard that. I'm thinking that you did. So if you want to share with me where you heard that from, that would be great. Everything goes in the Dropbox. Karina, yes. That's the one from Kokomo that a lot of people think that Derek or that Gabe Ellis was involved in. Let me see here. Yes, 2 days after the murders, Gabe Ellis was found with an underage girl. The underage girl was related to Karina, who was missing at the time. Yep, truth seeker, you're right. Derek German rolled on Gabe Ellis. He was arrested on the 15th day after the girls were found. So was it 15 days after or actually on the 15th? I think it was on the 15th of February that he was arrested. Fort Pitt said Christy Martin got 18 years and did 9. It's a new day, Lorena. I don't know who that is. Justice Seeker says Derek testified against Christy Martin and turned on Prater. How do you know that? That would be, you know what? That would be a great set of trial transcripts to order to find out exactly what was said. Nick McClellan was a lot of people's defense attorney. Rambo Bambo. Handling that day on the bench by the Monon. Well, Tina, what is it? Is it Tina Rodell? Tina Rodell accuses all of them of being out there. I think Tyler French, Gabe Ellis. So Precoscent said, I saw multiple local papers reporting about him, Gabe Ellis, being on the trails, February 13th, 2017. The articles were posted just about a day or two after Gabe Ellis's February 15th arrest with the girl in his car. So there is a huge amount of evidence about him being out there that day. And I do know that Andrew Baldwin, this was way before the Franks motion came out. Andrew Baldwin went and had a visit with Ashley Garth, wanting to know if she knew Gabe and wanted to know if Gabe or Garrett were involved in any kind of like Odinist type beliefs, that, the pagan, the Norse pagan religion. And because he was going to Pendleton, that's where Gabe and Garrett are both in prison at, is Pendleton. And he was going to go there, but before he went, he wanted to see if she had any insight. And she wasn't aware of Garrett practicing any of that, and she didn't know who Gabe Ellis was. So, but yeah, Gabe Ellis being out there that's a serious rumor. Let me see. Guys, there's so much. Like, this is just like the tip of the iceberg. And it's crazy for this case to have so many different possible factions. It's not like one person, it's like groups of people. So that's why I'm just throwing it all out there. So I hope you guys are taking notes and will do your own research. Mahan gets to throw the insane card for killing Greg Ferenczi when poor Rick was genuinely being driven insane. It's fucking absurd. You're right. Truth seeker, what rumors you heard in the beginning are true. You know what? I've always thought that about this case, that if you go back to the very beginning, before things got way, way, way out of hand, and you start with those core group of people, I agree. Truth seeker, I absolutely agree with you that from the very beginning, and you still have a couple of groups of people who it could be, but the reasoning makes sense. It's just, I mean, I'm like, you're talking such a quick time frame from the time that those girls were dropped off, from the time that video started, and this whole bullshit of Rick took him down the hill and was going to do this or that. You can't go down that hill on the south end of the bridge and hide. There's nowhere to hide. If Brad Weber was driving his van on that private drive after Rick Allen took those girls down the hill, he would have seen them. He would have seen them on the side of the road. He would have seen them down by the creek. He would have seen them crossing the creek. I just don't know. And with the steps, there's like 414 meters that the phone moves, and then it stops for 7 minutes, and then it moves again. I mean, I don't know. Like, it's almost like you would have to go out there with an iPhone 6 and use the health data app and see, do your steps change? Like if they were to go back across the bridge, for example, like if it was Ron Logan and they went back across the bridge and then turned right on that trail and walked up around that ridge. And then at some point, like Reese Davis says, Libby was like, this isn't happening. And there was a struggle or a fight. And then he took them down into that floodplain, into that bowl type area. I mean, you just don't know. Or you're looking at the fact that they went down the hill and immediately across the creek. So Mama J, I live in Terre Haute. And what was being said when Shane attacked Greg that day was Greg was sleeping with Shane's wife? Huh? So you're saying that Shane Meehan's wife was having an affair with Greg Ferenczi? That's new.
I don't believe that. That was something. Look, they said Kathy Allen was having an affair with a Delphi cop too, and that's like why some of this happened. So that's like the thing that people always go to whenever someone gets killed and they want a victim blame. That's what they go to. And Greg Ferenczi, regardless of what he was doing personally, he was ambushed while he was on duty in his official capacity. And I don't believe that. And unless there's any verification of that, like, that's pretty crappy to even go around repeating that shit. Sorry, but I'm not sorry.
Yeah, I've never heard that before. But I do want to say this, speaking of Ferenczi and Kathy Shanks, and I'm sure a lot of you were on the live last weekend, but I'm just gonna throw this out there. So I used to work for my home city's Metropolitan Police Department as a 911 operator and a dispatcher. And I cannot believe that in 2017, even Carroll County didn't have some sort of a CAD system. So like when Rick called in to say, hey, I know you guys are looking for tips. I was out there. Can you have someone contact me? I want to give my information. That should unless Carroll County is in the Boone fucking docks. In 2017, that would be what we would call a run written up. That would be a run for an officer to make contact or an investigator to make contact. That would have been documented. It should have been documented in the computer. And then for Dan Doolin to, I think, maybe I'm wrong. D, am I wrong? Dan Doolin was either off that day or on vacation and came back in to offer his assistance. And the very first day that he's on the job, helping on the Delphi case, he interviews Rick Allen. And you mean to tell me that man did not remember this man who was there exactly at the same time in the time frame that all of this went down? You know what I call bullshit? I believe he was discounted and disregarded because the time that Rick said he was there didn't fit into their timeline of when this happened. And then 5 years later, 6 years later, they've got him in the interrogation room trying to make it fit.
See, now why was I hearing it? And like there was so much conflicting information that it wasn't even Doolin that talked to him, that it was the other conservation officer, the one who he was in retirement, and he came out of retirement apparently to help with the interviews, and then he died like very shortly into the investigation. Skinner, that's it. Thank you. It's a new day. See, y'all have so much information, and like if we just all, I'm so glad, like after years of following this case and saying, okay, something is not right with the official narrative, like just to see so many people finally coming together and sharing what they know, it's just really heartening, and it's good to see, because none of us alone can remember everything. So
I will say this. It was Dan Doolin that they put on the stand at the trial, who claimed that he went out there. Well, he contacted Rick. He tried to make it out like Rick was trying to put him off. Like, no, you can't come to my house. I'm going to the grocery store. Meet me there. So he met him at the grocery store there in town, and he was taking notes on the back of his, like his information sheet. Then he goes back to the police department and scans the front part of it, uploads it into the case file, and then throws away the sheet of paper. So the original notes that he wrote down are gone. What? Like, you've got this man who supposedly is telling you, yeah, I was wearing exactly what Bridge Guy was wearing, and I was there exactly at the right time. And you threw it away, and you never thought, looking back, to think of him again. Like, guys, I interviewed this dude back then. What are you talking about? Where's his information sheet? Nothing. And then so you've got this happening the week of February 13th. 2 weeks. 2 weeks is all that there is before good old Kathy Shanks shows up to volunteer. So they want us to believe that within 2 weeks, they allowed the FBI to come in, access their systems, access their files, and put Rick Allen's tip sheet in a box in a drawer of a desk that Kathy Shanks would sit at for 5.5 years and never come across it. Are you kidding? I am not buying that at all.
Amy, Catastrophe's coming in with all the good questions tonight. Let me tell you, she wants to know, or I should say they, I don't know. This person would like to know if you know, or if we can find out the names of the companies that install the CAD type systems for the LE or interview room recording equipment installation. You know, the ones who are like, that they say they tried to recover what was recorded over, etc. That's a really good question.
Okay, so a CAD system. So where the department that I worked at, the CAD system they called it a trunk system. So I worked back when we had to get permission from the lieutenant in the room to do a reverse number lookup. So like if we got a phone call and someone called 911 and hung up, we had to get permission to do a reverse lookup to find out where that call came from. So we had 5 areas in our radio room. We had 911, we had non-emergency, we had leads, which is an area where anytime an officer pulls over a car and they want to run a 50, which is like a license plate or a warrant check or anything like that, that was leads. Comm channel was a separate area. That is where we would call for records. People would call in like roadkill to be picked up. All of our special duty officers would check in where they were working. And then we had dispatch area. So every day that we would come into work, we would have a schedule, and every day you would work 3 areas in the room. So, and they called it a trunk system because the trunk system what had all of these different aspects of the room all involved in one. So if you called the non-emergency line and you give me your address and I put it in the system, it's going to come up and it's going to tell me both cross streets. And then let's say 2 weeks later, you call in again and you give me that address. If I put that address in again, the previous times that you called in are all going to come up. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I cannot believe that Carroll County was taking calls on pieces of paper. These calls had to be put into a system. So whoever took the phone call when Richard Allen called in the first time, that should have been documented somewhere that's easy to be retrieved. He called in at this time, said he lived here. This is his phone number. This is his information of what he wants to discuss. He was there at this time, yada, yada, yada. Then that run gets dispatched out to an officer like Doolin, who is out there on the streets talking to people. That would have probably pulled up right there on the computer system in his car how he got the information. It's not like the radio room would have called him and said, hey, this guy called in. I think his name is Rick Whiteman, and he wants you to call him. It doesn't work like that. But that's what they want you to believe. Like, nobody's digging into that aspect of it. There should be a record. And if there's not, shame on them. But at the end of the day, you can take all of your 5 filing cabinets and shove them up your ass if you've got the Delphi murderer's name sitting in your desk drawer for 5 years and you never looked at it. I don't know who sits and works at a desk for 5 years and never cleans their desk out. Reorganize, straighten it up, move twice. No, I'm not buying it. Sorry. That's just me. Oh my gosh, guys, I am so sorry. I can't keep up with the chat, guys. Love you all. I love you all, but I can't.
Amy, you need to do a live where it's like a Q&A or something.
I know, I do. Travis says,
or like an open panel or call in or something. That'd be fun.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that next weekend. Travis, hi Travis, miss you. Travis says, did Rocky have an alibi? My money is on that guy. He is a real troublemaker, and that's well documented. Yeah, that's why he was kicked out tonight. I let him out all day today, so I didn't feel bad for putting him in his cage tonight. Guys, like, my email is running at the bottom of this live. Whatever you've got, whatever you think I need to take a look at, and I can put it in some sort of a format, send it to me. Everything goes in the Dropbox. And then it ends up in like a presentation like this. It's just, I have to go through. I have so much. Yes, DB, the Prater appeal is public. I have read it. All right, I'm going to move on. So this last slide was about the tip being called in about Derek German, who had purchased a large amount of drugs from Mark Palladino and never paid for it. That was a factual tip called in to the Abby and Libby tip line. We're going to move on.
Amy, do you want to send a link to Osbrook or?
He's already got it.
Okay.
So now we're going to move on to Cheyenne, who was on the bridge that day within less than 30 minutes of Abby and Libby taken off the bridge. So I'm showing you right now from my case how Cheyenne is connected to Chase Ingalls. They were married as of February 13th, March 2017. And if you look up at the top, they were in the process of divorcing, and their divorce was final on March 1st of 2017. The middle info is Douglas Rice. For those of you who are new, don't know, Doug Rice was a guy out there in Delphi who was pounding the pavement, literally trying very, very hard to get as much information as he possibly could about the girls. He has since passed away. A lot of his information is still on Reddit. I believe there's actually some sort of a file on Delphi Docs with all of his research. So Douglas Rice says on October 31st, 2017, so as I have investigated Cheyenne's connection to Jack Ingalls, who was incarcerated with Derek in Westville, I have clarified a few things. First, Cheyenne's maiden name is Holquin. She was married to Jack's brother, Chase Ingalls, and Cheyenne was at the bridge that day with her friend, Cheryl Loeffler. She had a child with Jack Ingalls. So this is a pretty tight little group here. And bear in mind, I am accusing no one of anything here, just digging a little deeper for the facts. Remember that. Now, this is on the far right are screenshots from way back in time from people posting about what Cheyenne had said. Now, for those of you who watched the coverage of the trial, you will know that Cheyenne at trial did not say that she was with Cheryl Loeffler. She said she was with Shelby. So in these text messages over here on the right-hand side, it says, she lied about being interviewed with law enforcement, and she claimed to me she took pics. She did admit to me who was all there. Elijah Cook, Josh Weaver, Keegan Callis, and Tyler French. Travis Janicki was the pickup guy. Cheyenne Hogan, Ingle, and Cheryl Loeffler witness what happened and might know who BG is. You drop down, you've got Tina Rodell, whose daughter was supposedly with Tyler French that day in a white car with fictitious tags. And it said it had paper plates from Kokomo, right? And Callis, French, and one more was in the car, right? Intuition, things just were not right. That's why I asked who they were meeting, etc. I begged my girl not to go. She would listen now if I told again. So, did Cheyenne take the stand and lie? Was she not with Shelby? And there's two different Shelbys, by the way. Shelby Hicks and Shelby, I can't think of who the other girl last name is, but Shelby was supposed to be with her, and the other Shelby was supposed to be with Daniel Pearson. However, this message on the right-hand side says there's all of these people out there at that time. And I'm going to show you again. Let me see. So you've got Cheyenne, who was married to Chase Ingalls. If you guys go back on my channel and you watch the cryptic note video, the video where I interviewed a girl who was the actual author of the cryptic note. If you guys remember, Ashley was accused of being the author of the cryptic note. I tracked down the author. She's the one who wrote the note on the whiteboard. The photo can be found on Jason Palladino's Facebook page. However, her sister was in a relationship with Jack Ingalls as well. And hold on, Back it up.
Hey, while she's looking for that, y'all, if you could just take a minute and go hit that thumbs up. Make sure you subscribe because Amy, she's really got a lot of information she's going to be putting out. It's really going to help the channel, and like it's not about, you know, having a huge channel to Amy, but the more people that she can reach, the more people get valuable information about these cases and can possibly help wrongfully convicted people. Thank you.
Thanks, Dee. Okay, so as you guys can see here in the middle, 6047 Hodges Drive. There was people who lived there. This is the second trailer at the Palladino compound. Patricia Amit and Rainey Milligan. Rainey Milligan. That's who lived there in October. They were evicted. By February, Jack Ingalls and Chase Ingalls and the Cryptic Notes sister lived there on February 13th, 2017. Chase, on the right, was married to Cheyenne, who was on the bridge that day living at the Palladino compound. Both of these brothers were. So there's a whole another can of worms. Cheyenne and Shelby were never on the witness list. Cheyenne testified. She absolutely was on the witness list. She testified. Shelby didn't. Just Cheyenne. But I find it extremely interesting that she's out there randomly that day within 30 minutes of the girls going missing. She has a whole slew of list of people that she claims to be out there that she never identified being out there. And then come to find out, she's from Monticello, and her husband and her brother-in-law both are living at the Palladino compound. So Viola says, the only way I trace anything back to the Palladinos was, who does no one snitch on? How do these people keep an 8-year secret, mixed drugs, felonies, blah, 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 blah? I'm going to tell you what, every single person who's come forward to me randomly out of nowhere, like, hey, I was told this or I was told that, the second I try to pin them down and like, I'm not an attorney or whatever, and try to get them on the record to come forward, absolutely not. They won't do it. They're too scared. And there is someone, and all of this information has been passed on to the defense team, but there was someone who told me that she used to go over to the compound and get high. And Talitha Beckley told her, hey, if you go down that hallway under the floor, there's evidence from the Delphi murders. So I've passed it on, but that's why I wanted to start, like, this is part one of a group of people, but this is why I started with them, because for a long time now, I have felt they need to be looked at. I could be wrong. I could be completely off. However, tentacles, I mean, you just can't deny it. Woman doing chaos. They are, a lot of people describe them as that. A lot of people describe them as most of the time, they don't do the dirt work themselves. They force other people to, or they pay other people to. And like all of these undertones of crimes and things that they've been doing, if you go back and you look at all of their records, it's almost like obvious. Like, how are they being protected? And it's crazy to me. And Michael, if you want to come up, you can come up anytime. I've got like 3 slides left, and then you can come on. Or you can come on now. I don't care. Love to have you. So I'm going to move on from the Ingalls brothers and the Cheyenne connection. Now, here's another one. Christine Norris, aka Chris Spencer. Oh, I left an R off of her name up there. Okay, so this top picture where it says Christine Norris with the guy, that's Curtis Palladino. That's Jason and CJ's dad. She was married to him. The bottom picture is also Christine Norris with her hair dyed brown. She is the one Chris Spencer loaned Garrett and Nicole $500 to bail themselves out of jail after being arrested in Ray Hanish's car. Nicole gave Chris her car title as collateral. Garrett and Talitha went straight to her trailer after they killed Nicole to get the title. And then Garrett attempted to sell Nicole's car. And then the little screenshot down here below is Jason Palladino and Chris Norris saying, "I'll be over to get you." She never went to the police. She knew Nicole had been murdered. And I just feel like her name needs to be out there because it's all the same kind of people. And if you look up her information, she's got tons of meth charges, breaking and entering charge. And then here's the kicker. Here's the big kicker with her. Are you guys ready? Look at that. Her family owns and operates to this day, and she's worked there, the Norris Insurance Company, which sits directly across the street from the house of the Flora fire, 3 doors down from Patrick Westfall, all at the same time. That's why she's in here. Catastrophe said, "Oh, mother." So that was kind of shocking when I came across that. Like, what? Radar knows all about some black SUV with stickers and who was driving it. About who? I want to know. Lead with love says if you take meth, it's good. Guys, you have to bear with me. My laptop's about ready to just die. I'm ordering a new one this week. If you take meth, get help and get off of it. Yeah. And you know what? I think Dee, you made a really good point about that. About the sticks and stuff out there at the crime scene. That if it was somebody who was on meth, what did you like? You were like, oh my God.
They were like, who's gonna do all that? Who's gonna take time to do that? Because that's just like over the top. And I'm like, a bunch of damn meth heads. What do you mean? Like, meth heads are the most extra people you've ever seen. Like, the extras. Like, they're out there with headlamps on and shit at 3 a.m. trying to fix their cars and mowing their lawn. And, you know, they got 47 flashlights in their pocket and all kinds of tools and shit. Like, that's exactly what some meth heads would do. And, like, when I heard about all the staging, I immediately thought of Garrett because of how extra he is. He's just like,
yeah,
like telling lies that he doesn't even need to tell. Just, yeah, he's the crackhead. I mean,
well, I've always like thought I've never like defended him ever. A lot of people have on like my community page and stuff like that have talked about him. And for a long time, I've been like, no, just because it's just not really his it's not really his motive, like uh, uh cutting. He's more of a physical aggressor. But at the same time, I've gone back through this week and I have reread the Franks motion, which that's a whole nother can of worms that I'm going to put together for everybody, and we can look at it, we can look at that. But the fact that Garrett's phone pinged out there, um, really just, if you go back and we clean the slate and we start over and we look at all of these people as if any of these people could be suspects, and you've got Garrett at that time hanging out at Ron Logan's. But the only thing is that Garrett did not know the Palladinos in 2017. He didn't know the Palladinos until 2018. So, yes, we're going to discuss Elvis Fields, Johnny Messer. We're going to discuss all of them. But and there's a lot of good evidence in that Franks motion. And it's been a little over a year since it came out. But when you go back and you read it, it's kind of like whiplash, like, oh my God. But yeah, Garrett's back on the chopping block. I mean, to me, I feel like we owe it to Abby and Libby. We owe it to Rick. Now, if it was to come out that Rick actually did this, that would be a hard pill to swallow for me. But until something definitive comes along, I can't buy it. I just can't. You put on a case. You don't put on a goddamn, fuckery of a trial. And that's what the state did. They lied. They hid the ball. They played a whole bunch of freaking games. And luckily for them, they had a biased judge who reinforced their narrative. So it shouldn't work that way. Not in a case like this. If he was guilty, put your evidence on, let's prove it, and let's move on. That's not what happened here. Someone just asked, do I have evidence? I will ask him. So the prisons right now, someone asked, Judge Jessica asked, does anyone know the approximate dates that Reese would have sent those letters to Ives and McClelland? I will ask him because I want to say that he had been writing after Richard Allen was arrested. And I think he wrote before, but I will ask him. And the problem is right now is that the prison system, all of IDOC, they're all getting new tablets and they're all going to a new messaging system. So it should be that like the messages come faster and you can actually like video call, like right now, like if I want to do a video visit with Ashley, I have to schedule it and it has to be scheduled for like 2 or 3 days away. And it's only for like 10 minutes or 20 minutes at a time. And this new app is supposed to be like if I put money on there or she has money to put on there, we can call each other and we can video chat with each other, and the messages are like pretty much immediate. Like right now, like when I write Reese a message, he wrote me, I got a message this about 2:00 in the morning last night that he had wrote Thursday afternoon. And that was about that one podcast trying to reach out to him. We're not going to talk about them.
Hey, Amy, I think Michael is backstage, he said. I can't bring him. I don't know how to add him, so.
I got him. Hi, Michael.
Hi there.
How are you?
I'm doing fine. You certainly collected a cast of characters.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's kind of been an ordeal, like to keep everything straight and organized and who goes with what and why I screenshotted that. And so, yeah. What do you think?
Well, I think that coming up with all the connections and the networks is interesting. And that's but until somebody actually is willing to start talking,
Mhm.
I don't know what can be done with it.
Right.
Um,
That is a true story, and that's why with all this, all of this stuff that I had, I before Richard went to trial, I just didn't want to come out with all of that stuff because I was like, we're going to go to trial, we're going to see what evidence they have. Um, but now that he's been convicted, I don't agree with the trial. I don't agree with the evidence that convicted him at all. And I feel like now, is the time to bring all of this out. And a lot of these connections, I think a lot of people have made these connections somewhat before, but maybe not so much in depth. So,
well, maybe not
mm,
so much in one place either.
right. Yeah. I mean, can you believe this?
But you know, one of the problems I've had with at least the idea that the girls were targeted, and I'm sure I've said this several times before, is just the mechanics of how it happened. And if somebody's waiting on the south side of the bridge for them, how would anyone know they would even if they knew they were going out to the trails? How did they know they'd cross the bridge?
Mm-hmm.
Um,
And I would really love for someone, like I would love Betsy Blair, if you're listening. Because I truly believe that Betsy Blair is the one person who really did see Bridge Guy because she passed Abby and Libby leaving, walking towards the bridge. And that's another thing about Rick's story that's also bullcrap. He said he was sitting on a bench, the girls passed, he decided to follow. And um, that didn't happen if there's a man standing on the first platform when Betsy Blair walks up to the bridge. And then she turns around, and as she's leaving, before she gets to the Mears entrance, she passes Abby and Libby. So they walked right into him. So, I mean, and you're right. I,
well, but here's also a problem with that. I mean, let's just. I know there are the folks out there who think the Snapchat pictures are fake, and I do think the cooked up BG video that was released, the 3 frames, stabilized, interpolated, whatever you want to call it. I reject the idea that that's in any way accurate.
right.
But at 2:07, let's just assume all that's true. You've got an empty bridge behind Abby.
Mm-hmm.
And then at 2:13, that's 6 minutes. That's 6 minutes later.
Mm-hmm.
It takes a while to get across, but not that long. And I haven't seen the original video, but whoever Bridge Guy is coming from behind Abby, coming from behind Abby. And the only way to explain that for me is that somebody passed them and turned around.
That or so have you ever gone out there to the bridge?
I've been out in the area. I have not been to the bridge.
Okay. So when you're walking up to the bridge, right, I would say maybe 20, 30 feet before you actually step onto the first platform or the first rail of the bridge, there is a path on the left-hand side. That path takes you all the way around to the cemetery and to Ron Logan's property.
Yeah, no, I know. I have a hypothesis done an interesting video on that, and sort of where I
So
wanted to. Yeah, go ahead.
I do not believe that a random person like Rick Allen would be out there and on a whim see these two girls and stuff and think I'm going to essay them.
Oh yeah. Oh no.
I
The
mean,
whole the whole thing. The guy who's like doesn't have a traffic ticket, 10 years in the National Guard, CVS manager, suffers from major depression, driving home from his mother's, goes for a walk on a warmish February afternoon, and decides to slaughter two girls. I mean, give me a break.
right. And the
Oh,
person and
and
the
I have my gun. I have my gun and two knives. I have my gun and two knives with me as well.
and possibly a box cutter.
Well,
I
and
mean,
I look. One of the things that just so infuriated me about what Nancy. So I was watching. Is it okay to mention other channels on
oh yeah,
this?
go ahead. Go ahead.
So this guy to the point. He's really very good. Um, but he had Nancy Grace and some lawyer on, and they were screaming about how they had this. They could have put him on, and a lot of people have been doing this. It's kind of Nick McClelland's thing. It's not newly discovered evidence because the Reese Davis Ron Logan confession is not newly discovered evidence because the defense had it. They completely missed the point,
Mm-hmm.
and that is it became newly discovered evidence the minute Core on the stand came up with this box cutter thing.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and so Gull had excluded the third party evidence, so they weren't ready to put that on. Now, I'm not saying that the defense couldn't have said, Dr. Core said box cutter. We'd like a continuance, please, while we get this 2017 confession in for you. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but it's newly discovered evidence in light of Dr. Core's box cutter testimony, which is, of course, ironic because I think Dr. Core cooked that up because Rick, in one of his confessions, had mentioned a box cutter.
A million
And
percent. I agree with you 1,000,000%. When I heard that, I was like, are you kidding me? They are really going
um,
to do this?
well, I think the only thing that was less believable from what was reported from the trial, I wasn't there, but the only thing that was less believable at the trial to me was, and so I think you have to focus sort of on what's almost, and people, you can argue about what the facts beyond dispute are. I mean, let's say facts more or less beyond dispute, but then you also have to look at the people who have obviously lied.
Mhm.
And the biggest lie at the trial was that those sticks were there. That it was just an attempt to cover them up.
Mhm.
I mean, that's just and the biggest lie of the whole thing is Doug Carter saying that young bridge guy and old bridge guy are the same person.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, no, they're not at all. And it's and I think that for the public's sake and people who follow the case, like eliminating scenarios is an easy way to kind of narrow it down. For example, a lot of people look at Abby's health data on her phone and they go, okay, well, there was 414 steps, and then it was a 7-minute non-movement, and then like 66 meters, whatever, 414 meters, 7 minutes of non-movement, and then 66 meters again. And they think, well, they went down the hill and they were put in a car. But you have to remember there's video footage now of that private drive. They would have been able to see if a car went in down that private drive, just like we saw Brad Weber's car, and then came back out. So if that's not on there, then that whole idea and concept of the girls going down the hill and getting into a car and going somewhere within 7 minutes, that's out.
Well, I can tell you this, that if you look at the motion to correct error, Matt Hoffman, one of the investigators for the defense, has an affidavit, and there is no car other than the van. How to put this? There's no other van between 2 and 4. There is, a fairly strange car that goes in and turns around and comes back out. But hell, I've done that in the same place.
Do you know what the time of that car is?
Yeah, it was a little after 2.
Oh, okay. Well, then that doesn't really align. And I mean,
The
and
thing
Brad Weber. Go ahead.
Well, the thing that hasn't been looked at is, and it probably wouldn't be there because the girls were on the other side of the creek, but the thing that hasn't been looked at is whether any cars came out at 4:30 or shortly thereafter in the morning after the phone after all those messages streamed into the phone. But everybody's taking us. I mean, my way of thinking about this is we were talking about Reese Davis and newly discovered evidence. So the box cutter thing became newly discovered evidence. The Reese Davis thing became newly discovered evidence because although the motion to correct error didn't say nexus, once Core says box cutter, I mean, what more of a nexus could you possibly want with Ron Logan?
Well, and not only that, but the other thing is too is the whole concept of the timings of who was unalived when, and the fact that and this is one argument that I will have after going back and reading the Frank's motion, when they describe, and I don't know, maybe I'm missing something, but when they describe Abby being redressed after her neck was cut, I almost feel like Abby redressed herself and was held down when she was killed, because I don't see it being possible with her neck being that way and the person maneuvering her not to have gotten her DNA and his DNA all over her. That's why, with the lack of DNA, I know that there is unknown male DNA at the scene on both girls, but there's not a large amount.
On their external genitals.
Yes, like they were touched. And but as far as the clothing and stuff goes, I feel like if Libby was taken care of first, then Abby was told to put her clothes on, and Abby dressed herself, that would eliminate the contact, and that's kind of explains why there's not any DNA really on the clothing. It's more on the physical body. So that right there was one thing. But to me, the other thing is that where they were located, the easiest place for someone to come and go and stage and move things around was from Ron Logan's property. It's a back door to those woods. It's on the side of the creek that after dark time, nobody is probably going across that creek to search. Although we do have, I would love to come directly in contact with someone who can swear that they were over there searching where the girls were found and they weren't there that evening. Because
I think a lot of people have been looking for that person.
Yeah. But Reese Davis says the girls were moved multiple times.
And it's possible. And all you know, I know I've said this before too. I try to see what you can prove that's not related to people's lips moving. And you know, we have a new little piece of information about well, let's go back to the van video. Another piece of thing. The thing that like everybody's, including Nick McClelland, is ignoring is the Napoli claim. They're just saying, well, the van's not newly discovered evidence. They could have used it. That's not the point. The point is that the prosecution has an independent duty not to put on evidence it knows is false. And the analogy I'd like to suggest to people, because I don't think it's much different, is let's say there's a robbery and you have a video, the prosecution has a video of the robbery and they have an eyewitness. And the eyewitness identifies the defendant as the person who committed the robbery. In good faith, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, but the prosecution has the video of the robbery of somebody that a good bit like the defendant, but is identifiably not the defendant.
Mm-hmm.
The prosecution, even if the defense has the video, the prosecution has an absolute duty not to let that misleading, false testimony go uncorrected.
Mm-hmm. And other than the video, the defense attempted to do everything in their power to impeach him and prove that what Brad Weber was saying on the stand was an absolute lie. And I think
Well,
anybody.
let me
Go ahead.
interrupt you a second.
Go ahead.
Impeachment evidence is different. And this is something Nick McClelland in his response gets amazingly wrong. What Brad Weber told Pohl was a prior inconsistent statement, and that would have been merely impeaching. And that is to say, it's up to the jury to judge the credibility of the witness in light of the credibility of his current testimony in light of what he said earlier. And they can choose one statement, the other, or conclude that he's lying both times. But that's impeachment evidence. Mm-hmm. The video is substantive evidence, actual evidence of when the van arrived. It is not mere impeachment.
So, okay, I see what you're saying. You're saying that the video itself, I see what you're saying. And well, we all know that Nick McClelland knew when he put him on the sand that it was bullcrap. And I don't think I have ever seen a judge quite this biased. I mean, there's been a couple of cases where you're just like, wow. But at every single turn, she enabled the prosecution.
Yeah, I actually don't think Brad Weber was lying.
I do personally, because back when this first happened, he was a major suspect. And it was really known back then that the reason that he became not so much a suspect is because he claimed to have not been home. So I think that he knew.
He wasn't. He wasn't home till after, at least till after the girls were abducted.
Right. That's what I'm saying. But he got on the stand and said that he was home at 2:32.
Yeah, like, but they were abducted at 2:13, and I mean, we have the video. Yes, he could have participated. I can tell you from stuff I have seen, people should forget about Brad Weber as a suspect. He is truly and completely exonerated. But I will tell you, I mean, anybody who looks at the stuff that I've seen would say he's absolutely cleared. All I can say. I mean, it's just people should not waste another minute on Brad Weber, except that night. And if you want to know how messed up, and again, people make mistakes, and Brad Weber had a girlfriend over that night, and that's the night of the 13th to the 14th.
Mm-hmm.
And on the 17th, she called in a tip saying that in the middle of the night, there was some sort of big thump outside the door. I don't know. She might have said she thought it was burglars anyway, but she called it in.
She called the police on the 13th or the
No,
early
she called
morning
the
hours?
police on the. She called the police on the 17th.
Okay, the 7th. Okay.
And instead of but nobody ever followed up on that because the tip was incorrectly recorded as she heard the noise on the 17th, not on the 13th, not on the morning of the 14th.
And nobody followed up on it at all.
Well, no, why would they? Because the thump in the night of the 17th makes no difference, right? I mean, why would they? But if it had been the 14th, like they might have gone out, looked for footprints, something left outside, whatever. I mean, I don't know. It's obviously way too late now to do anything about it.
Well, yeah.
But clearly somebody, whoever was putting that tip in, put the date of the tip as the date of the event, and it wasn't. She heard that on the early in the something like 2 to 4 a.m. on the 14th.
So, Michael, I have a couple people asking about the blood on the clothes. I don't know what information that you have as far as, I mean, I know what we heard just from the reporting from trial, but I'm still kind of confused as far as Abby goes. Could she have been dressed before and kind of pinned down, or do they have like real evidence that believes that she was dressed after the fact?
I really am not up on the blood evidence. The only piece of the blood evidence that, and this might be the most honest piece of testimony at the trial, was it Core who testified that he'd never seen somebody with clean hands who'd had their throat cut?
I don't know if it was him or if it was the guy who did the crime scene reenactment, or one of them said that, yes. And everybody,
no, it could be Cicero. It could be Cicero. It absolutely could be Cicero. But
you know,
I mean,
Cicero did say that he felt Abby was held down. And a lot of people who were in the trial, the majority of them all reported that Abby looked pristine, like very clean, very much unlike Libby.
I've seen the pictures, and I can tell you that's right.
So,
I mean, I haven't seen the originals. I've seen the leaked.
And see, and that's where I get into, like, you know, if her throat, if that was done to her throat before she was redressed, I believe the clothes coming over top of her head, down, you know, all of that would have been smeared on her body. And I don't know what her body looked like on the autopsy table, but it just seems to me that, and putting into, and I'm not saying that what Reese Davis is saying is 100% truthful. I do believe that Reese was told what he's saying he was told. I do believe that.
Yeah.
Now,
I mean, I don't know if you know, but I did some work for Reese.
Yes, I talked to him about that. Yeah, he thinks you're a wonderful guy.
Well, he had a problem that I tried to solve, and I spent actually, it was just about 3 full days looking into it. I mean, it was a really interesting angle, and in the end, there was just nothing I could do with it.
I think I don't know if you ever wanted to look at it now, but I think a couple of things have changed. And I mean, for those of you guys who are listening, Reese's pretty much already served his time for the drug charge. He has an enhancement on his case, which is what attributed to him getting the 50 years, because they claimed that he was within 1,000 feet of a school or a youth program.
Well,
And
I mean, I don't want to. It's a problem because he was within 1,000 feet of two things. And John Chenoweth of the state PD's office did a terrific job going after the church youth center. and there is a Seventh Circuit case saying that it was applied to something similar to that the statute is unconstitutionally vague. Basically, the idea is, it's a church. You don't know it's a youth center.
Mm-hmm. Right.
The problem is he was also within 1,000 feet of a Y.
Mm. Yeah. Okay. So that's the other enhancement that he has.
Well, no, it's one enhancement, but they alleged either or both of two things.
Mm-hmm. Michael, you have a question. Michael, you have a question at the bottom of the screen.
What does it say? If you were the FBI. Sorry, I'm on my phone, so that's too small for me to read.
It says, Michael, if you were the FBI who cleaned up the BG video, would Nick have a problem with putting up an ISP officer who said that he zoomed, cropped, and interpolated the video? Well, that's a no-brainer.
I was the FBI who did what?
If it were the FBI who cleaned up the BG video, if it were the FBI, would Nick have a problem with them putting up the video the way that they had edited it to make it the enhanced video? Would Nick have had a problem?
I don't really understand so I guess there, as I understand it, there are three. So there's the original. And that there's the original. Then there's some enhanced thing, and I don't even know what that is that they showed at trial. And then there's what they showed the public. Am I right that those are the three versions?
I don't know. I only know of the two. I don't know. Well, there's the original video, then there's the one that they showed the public, and then there's the enhanced. So that would be three.
Yeah. So I really don't know anything about the enhanced. You'd have to ask the people who were at trial. I mean, not to second guess the trial lawyers, but I'd be objecting to the enhanced up and down the block.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know when we're ever going to get to see those two things, but it sounds to me like you almost have to like watch the original in like slow motion to even see the guy in the background pop out. But again, I mean, to me, it just seems like if this was targeted, if it had anything to do with anyone knowing the girls were going to be there, which I can't help but think that someone did, the timing of it and how quick they were taken out of sight with I mean, there was like 70 some people out there on the trails throughout that entire day, and no one heard anything.
And that's what makes the Ron Logan version, have legs, because the thing that doesn't make the Ron Logan version have legs is whether he would have taken them down the hill and across the creek and then up to his place. I mean, it just seems weird. And I can tell you there are, let's say Rick Allen had not been convicted and Ron Logan was on trial today, I know exactly how I'd defend Ron Logan. And I think it would be pretty effective. But
well, see, I don't do you and maybe, and I'm sure somebody in chat knows because I've been out there several times, but because Brad Weber's got such a reputation of being kind of crazy, I've never went on his property, so I don't know how. If you go on his property, if you can go from his property to Logan's property without crossing the creek.
No,
Um, you can't. Okay,
no.
so I kind of
Not not
thought.
not not any not anywhere nearby anyway. I mean, I've been told there's a sandbar down there that you can get across,
Mhm.
and I don't know whether that sandbar was. I mean, I think a number of people have said that the water was flowing pretty swiftly that day. It was pretty high, so I just don't know. But I mean, I think I do know you can't get there without anywhere nearby anyway without crossing the creek.
I mean, it's possible that that was the quickest route, or the girl. I mean, I don't know. I mean, you just don't know if down the hill were the words that were said, which we won't know until that video is released. If that is exactly what was said, down guys down the hill, is it possible they got to the bottom of that slope and the girls tried to run and
Well,
across the
uh,
creek is where they went, or did they
I
go
mean,
back across the
what
bridge?
one explanation for crossing the creek, to Logan's property instead of the bridge is that, apparently Abby was a famous scaredy cat, and it's like she might not, having crossed the bridge once, wanted to do it again.
Right.
Um, and that's possible. I don't know, but I think the thing is, I think about the phone evidence is that I think you can rely on when it was moving and when it wasn't. I don't think you can rely on the distances.
Right.
And you may not, and I'm not sure you can even rely on the steps. Now, phone expert could say, no, you can rely on the steps. And Michelle After Dark has done some great work on the phone. I mean, just really
Excuse me.
excellent stuff. She one thing she did that was really interesting was that she had an iPhone 6, I think, 6S out, and I think she recorded something like a 2-minute delay in the recording of ascents, and I think it was ascents. Now, there's also data in there, so they only put in evidence of, of the phone going up 20 feet. There is in the blob data about downward movement too, but nobody got that.
Hmm.
Um,
See, I've tried to do. See, I have an iPhone 11, which is newer, but it's still like outdated. And my Apple Health, like when I'm at work and I go up and down stairs, it doesn't say like all it says is 1 flight, 2 flights, 3 flights. That's all it says. It doesn't give me like meters or anything like that. But when I'm traveling up and down stairs, and it only records going up. It doesn't record going down for some reason. But it only records going up. But if I've always wondered with that 414 meters, I need to get really good at Google Earth and mapping that out because I think the 414 meters going back across the bridge, turning right on that trail takes you too far or not far enough. I'm not sure, but I'm just wondering if those steps on the bridge, if they went back across the bridge, if the steps would be counted different, just because they would be shuffling on those planks. But I just don't see any other way. I mean, I don't see anybody coming, and that's another thing that I've always said when Rick Allen said where he parked. I think it's really important to define where did he come across Freedom Bridge? Because if he came across Freedom Bridge, He did not park at the old CPS building. Because you don't cross the bridge if you come in from that direction. If he came across the bridge where he said he saw 3 girls.
Yeah, and we know who those 3 girls are. I mean,
Can I ask why weren't they called?
you got me. Don't know. Maybe they don't remember. I just don't know. But go back to the crime. I do want to get one more thing out. I don't know if I haven't heard anybody else comment on it, but I've been kind of wondering if anybody thinks that Gall should hold McClelland in direct contempt for publicly filing as exhibits crime scene photos that she ordered sealed at his request.
Good point. I mean, I hate to. She won't. She
No,
should.
I understand. I understand.
She should, but she won't.
Um,
and I understand that there's kids involved, but at the same time, there's a lot of cases out there that involve children where the exhibits are public. And
well, I mean, the children. My point is that filing something is actually doing something technically in the court's presence. So you don't even need a trial for indirect contempt like Brad and Andy went through. She can just on her own find him in direct contempt for filing those things. And the other thing I want to know is she going to sit atop a criminal investigation of everybody who has those pictures that were literally illegally published by Nick McClelland.
And I really don't understand why he did that, simply because he wasn't talking when he did his response. He wasn't talking about Libby's phone. He spoke of a flip phone and a battery being removed that wasn't in the original motion to correct error filing, the statement from Reese Davis to begin with.
No. We're talking about yeah, it wasn't about the battery in the phone. So he put out these pictures that showed the phone on showed Libby's phone with some condensation on it under some leaves.
I seen that, but why did he attach that? Because I don't recall anything in his filing discussing Libby's phone. In his filing, he discussed Reese Davis failing the lie detector test miserably, and he made comments about Reese's statement saying that there was a flip phone where a battery was removed. When the state filed their motion to correct, there was nothing in Reese's statement about a flip phone and a battery. So I don't know why he attached the pictures of Livy's phone in there at all.
He thought it was some sort of rebuttal to Stacey Eldridge's affidavit that phone water damage could not cause the headphone behavior.
I see what you're saying, but the water damage that they claim in their report didn't exist.
Yeah, and it's also he asserted that you can't tell whether a phone is water damaged or not unless you examine the phone. And he's not an expert. If he wants to get Cecil sign an affidavit saying that's the case, that's fine. But the lawyer doesn't get to testify. Lawyers aren't the phone experts.
Right.
I mean, how does he know that? And the other thing is, he said that Cecil had the Cecil was able to observe these photographs, but that doesn't mean he did observe those photographs. And by the way, those photographs, he doesn't even identify them as crime scene photographs in his response. And we don't even know if the defense had those photographs. I mean, do not forget that there was a photograph as part of the contempt trial that McClellan showed Brad Rosie, and Brad Rosie looked at it and said, "I've never seen that."
Yeah, I remember that. He's never seen it before.
And again, that could be. I mean, Brad Rosie is pretty precise. If that had been a photograph that might have been in the discovery, I mean, but he'd forgotten it or something, he wouldn't have said, "I've never seen that." He would have said something like, I that could be a picture that was in the discovery. I don't remember it in particular, but yeah, I could have seen it maybe, but have forgotten. That isn't what he said. I mean, there was something about that picture that McClellan showed him that made him certain he'd never seen it.
Yeah, I remember that. And back to Libby's phone, the one thing that I wanted to point out about the water damage is these headphones that were plugged in that were unplugged at, what was it, 10:30 something?
10:23, I believe. I think
Okay.
Rick keeps saying 10:32, but I think it was 10:23.
So this phone jack is unplugged, and Ron Logan's cell phone pings very near the crime scene at 10:16. Then this phone jack is unplugged at 10:23. So if the phone jack being plugged in and unplugged is a result of water damage, why? So we're just going to assume that at 10:23 the condensation in this jack just like evaporated and the phone started working again. Why did it take until 4 something in the morning for all of those messages to come in at once? So
Yeah. Yeah, and it was not. I believe at 10:23. So the last connection with the tower was at 5:45 or so.
Mhm.
And then it connects with the tower again at 4:33. Yeah,
Right.
I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that phone, and I'm looking into whether. I mean, just taking the. I got to say, I got to hope that Nick McClellan did not simply make up the battery thing. But I can tell you that nobody on the I've been asking, and nobody on the defense side has ever heard anything about a battery.
Well, yeah, he said that, but see, and that's another thing that when he made those statements in his response, because Reese said that when they came out there and spoke to him, he said it was literally a joke. He thought he was going to go in and sit down and like man to man tell them what he knew. And they came in with some paper and they said, "Give us what you got in 2 paragraphs." And he said, "How can I tell you 3 months of confessions in 2 paragraphs? Do your best."
When did Ron Logan go to prison on the probation violation?
He was arrested on March 16th of 2017. The search warrant was served on his property the very next day. According to Reese, while he was in there, he was stating that Nick McClellan, prior to him getting elected to be the prosecutor, was telling his Ron Logan's family that if he got elected, he was going to modify Logan's sentence. Nick McClellan took office January 1st, and on January 9th, Ron Logan had a hearing for his sentence to be modified.
Yeah. Look, I mean, let's just assume everybody's on the up and up. I mean, I don't think that the people who've obviously lied to me, like anybody who says those sticks were just there to cover the girls, and the old bridge guy and young bridge guy are the same person. Those are obvious lies. But let's give Cleveland the benefit of the doubt here. Um, Something it pains me to do, but it's kind of the way I work. And the fact of the matter is, he should have just disqualified it. He should have gotten a special prosecutor from the beginning. Look at all the connections you've made between various people there. It's a small town. There are all kinds of coincidences. I mean, you know, what I mean, what are the odds that two people who probably don't know each other and almost certainly aren't involved, two people in Delphi were in Evansdale in 2012 when those murders happened?
Oh, who is that, Michael? Who's that?
Not saying.
Oh my God. Oh my gosh. That's a whole nother flipping can of worms.
Well, I'm using it. I mean, it's just like, I mean, it gets worse because one of the people who was in Evansdale at the time, phone goes offline at about 2:15 in the afternoon and doesn't come back online until about 8:30 the next morning.
That's in Evansdale?
No, that's in Delphi.
Oh.
But that's one of the people who was in Evansdale in 2012. Their phone on the 13th goes offline a little after 2 and comes back online at 8:30 in the morning.
I'm writing this down. Oh. Good Lord. When the phone comes back on at 8:30 in the morning, where is the phone?
Good question. I don't know.
Oh shit. Well, I have there's been a lot of people. Go ahead.
No, but the story, and I think it was checked out. And the story is that he wasn't at work because he was sick, went to sleep, and turned his phone off and got up the next morning better and turned it on. And maybe. But my point about this is not that I'm trying to accuse this person. It seems, from what I know, it seems incredibly unlikely. I mean, yeah, he lives a mile from a mile as the crow flies from the crime scene. But this is a small town. There's lots of meth flying around. There are lots of people doing underhanded things, criminal things. And
well, I'm just going to come out and say it because I can.
Huh?
But for the past 2 years, I have been in and out of Delphi multiple times, talked to a lot of people from a lot of different aspects of groups. And I know that Nick McClelland and his family, not so much Nick, but the rest of his family does not have a clean record. And prior to becoming prosecutor, Nick McClelland was known for driving around the area. He had a party bus. And he used to drive around and had all different kinds of people hanging out with him. So all of these extra little favors and all of those things, it's not speculation. Those things did happen. Lead with love. Thank you so much for gifting 20 memberships. So, and you're right. They should have gotten a special prosecutor to come on that case because he's too connected to all of these people.
Well, but everybody's connected to everybody else. I mean,
They
it's just
are. They are. The only
and,
thing,
go ahead.
I mean, I guess, like, for me, the next thing is like going back, like, everything that I put on tonight it's impactful, and there's a lot of connections. There's a good, the Derek German and the deal that wasn't paid for, that's a good motive based on a lot of the things that I know about the Palladinos. They do not play when it comes to money, and they do not play when it comes to someone snitching on them. But at the same time, when you go back and you read that Frank's motion, I mean, Brad Holder and all of that is so convincing. Yet, how do you what I
Well,
mean,
I mean, I think people have been looking for a connection between Logan and Holder, and haven't found it. And you know, tell me this: does anybody know if, as part of the FBI search, or as part of was there a phone dump ever done of Logan's phone?
see, I don't know. I know I believe there were, based on the Frank's motion, there were 101 phones that were dumped. But who they are, I don't know. And
Uh-huh.
that's a whole, I mean, that's a whole nother aspect of this case. Like, those kinds of lists, that part of the case really should be public. Um, but there was 101 phones that were dumped, and I don't believe Brad Holders was one of them.
Well, let me share with you one thing I've seen, and that is I've seen the photographs of Logan's house inside.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, and the house is just total chaos, a mess.
Mhm.
I mean, incredible mess and chaos. Except the bathroom.
Stop.
You could eat phyllo dough off the toilet seat. I mean, the thing is, it is spotless.
Hmm. Now, are you aware of one of the outbuildings or a shed on the property burning down within days of the girls being
No, I don't
found?
think so.
Ask, because I'm pretty sure it did. Something on his property was burned
Uh-huh.
shortly after.
Well, I mean, that's,
Well, they waited. It was 31 days after the girls were found when they got the search warrant. So they
well,
gave him plenty of time.
there was a search before that, at least for related to the driving stuff, the probation violation.
Mhm.
Now they weren't looking. I mean, I think they were looking for guns and weapons and things. I don't know what, they didn't need a warrant for that. Um, I don't think. When you're on probation, you pretty much, maybe not entirely, but you give up a lot of Fourth Amendment rights. Yeah, I don't. I can't. Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, everything I've heard. I mean, the details. I mean, the details that Ricci says Logan gave him. I mean, they don't sound like made up details. I mean, they're not the kind of detail. It just doesn't. You have to know an awful lot about Ron Logan to make that, and the crime to make that stuff up. Um,
Mhm. Well, and there was a couple of things that he said to me that I, in my last live, um, where some of the things that he said to me about that I felt was kind of, he talked about an 11-year-old girl that Ron Logan was worried about coming forward back then. Someone that he had inappropriately been doing things with. She used to come over and help with the horses and brush the horses, etc. But he, according to Reese, Ron was flipping out, number one, thinking that he was going to be charged for this at any time. Two, he thought there was still evidence on his property that could link him, and that being a pair of steel-toed boots that he burned in a fire pit that he didn't think completely burned. Then the
Yeah,
11-year-old girl,
yeah.
and this 11-year-old girl, I mean, I'm not trying to put anybody, I'm not, I don't want to, but if this person was to come forward and say, but apparently he thought this little girl was going to come forward with after the Abby and Libby thing and tell on him, which was going to pretty much seal his fate. Then he also told Reese that shortly after the girls were found, there was a whole bunch of media around, and that Anna Williams walked up to him because him and Anna knew each other. And Anna said, Ron, I know that you don't have anything to do with this. And he told Reese that he went home and broke down because she said that to him and he knew that he was responsible. So, does Anna remember making that statement to him? I mean, there's little nuggets there where things that Reese is saying can be confirmed. And
how would Reese know about it? I mean,
yeah, no, I mean, because I talked to a family friend of theirs who still to this day talks to Reese, and she said that back then he was calling home and asking, what's going on? Did this happen? Because this guy's in here saying this stuff. And then when he started writing the prosecutor's office and wasn't getting any response, he had someone call the prosecutor's office to confirm whether or not they were getting his letters. I mean,
do you know how many times Reese wrote Mislead?
I don't, but I'm going to ask him, and I'm going to ask him the dates.
Do you know if he kept copies of the letters?
Well, being in prison, I doubt it, but the prison should have a copy.
No, they don't copy the mail. They may read it, but they don't copy it.
Oh, they don't? Because they do at Ashley's prison. They copy everything.
They copy the outgoing mail?
Mm-hmm.
Huh. I
They
mean,
copy everything.
I know the prisons copy the incoming mail because they don't want to. So people have been soaking letters in various substances. So I think every letter that goes in gets copied and then handed to the copies go to the prisoners. But I hadn't heard that the outgoing mail gets copied.
At the Indiana women's prison. Well, I don't know if there was a whole bunch of rules and stuff changed there, and it might just be this prison because there was a prison guard who was raping inmates, and he was just sentenced like 3 or 4 months ago. But he was attacking inmates in a supply closet, and one of the women in the prison kept like her shirt with his DNA on it, and that's how he eventually got caught. But he had done this multiple times, so a whole bunch of things changed. And so like the mail process there is like really difficult. So Cherie, who's also on here, she's an attorney, she's from New York. A lot of times, if Ashley needs to get me stuff quick without having to go through the whole mail ordeal, she'll send it as legal mail to Cherie, and then Cherie will send it to me.
Yeah.
So
sure.
I don't know if that's just, I'm assuming that's maybe just her prison, but I will ask him. I can't imagine he has a copy of it.
No, I mean, the reason I ask is, there are. I think you can pay for copies, and not everybody has the money. But I've certainly had clients who have copies of the letters they've sent people.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying he does. I'm curious. Maybe you or somebody in your chat can say something about this Lamar situation with McClelland, the police chief, I guess, who had to resign because he was caught fibbing on the stand. And was there? Does anybody know? Is there any evidence that while he was fibbing on the stand, McClelland knew it?
Oh, I believe he did.
It's not a question. You can
I
believe anything you want. I want to know if
well,
there's
I
any
read it.
evidence.
I read it, and wasn't he? He was. What was he sanctioned for that?
The police chief?
No, Nick.
No, I don't think so.
I have to go back and look up what I read. I was reading up on that, and I thought the judge called him out on it. Whoever was
That's what I'm
presiding over
asking.
that
I don't.
case.
Yes, I don't. I don't know. I don't know the facts. And if the judge called him out, my guess is the judge would have said something like, "If you didn't know he was lying, you should have," or something.
I think the judge just called the police chief out on it and then put that in his on the record or whatever. And then the police chief ended up resigning. But that police chief had not even been there that long, which is crazy. It's crazy that.
Well, what's crazy? What's totally crazy about it is that all he had to do was wait, have the car towed, and do the inventory search, and he'd have been fine. He still would have gotten the guy. They didn't have to search the car there. I mean, it was totally stupid and pointless.
Well, and didn't he make a comment? What I read was that he had made a comment, something about when he was turned his body cam back on, he said something to the effect of, "Oh, looky there. Would you something about well, there's some meth. Good thing it was inventory tonight," or something like that. Inventory night tonight, or something like that, alluding to the fact that like he had, planted that evidence there.
Yeah, I don't think the problem. Yeah, I think the problem was searching the car with a. Yeah, I don't know that he planted it. It was. Yeah. You could be right. I thought there was some recording of him saying, calling another cop he was with, they were going to get him or something like that.
Could be. I just read a news article, and you know how those are. So.
Well, I do, and by the way, I mean, people are the lynch mob, as I refer to them, including the press. Although there's been some pretty good press for Rick recently, are saying, oh, well, they were going on this Odinist stuff, and now they're going with Ron Logan, and what's up with this? And like, yeah, when one doesn't exclude the other, especially if you think that it wasn't really a ritual sacrifice, but it was just the crime scene was dressed up afterwards for whatever reason by whomever. And it really isn't the point that the defense is accusing Ron Logan. Ron Logan accused himself. And a good bit of what he says fits the forensic facts, and it fits Core's testimony come up with for the first time at trial that a box cutter was used. And if you're defending Rick,
and you've got Reese Davis back in 2017 saying a box cutter.
Yeah, 2 months. So, 2 months. 2 months after the 2 months, and that's why I was asking about when, because I think you said 3 months. That they've been confessing for 3 months, and it was really 2. That's the only thing I was asking about the time frame for. I thought that I didn't know when Logan went in. I mean, it's interesting that the FBI would search the day after he goes to prison. Um,
Well, I think they were looking at him really hard, and that's
well, there are
kind
a
of
lot of
why.
people. There are a lot of people who, yeah, I mean, him. I mean, I think Barbara McDonald's pretty convinced it was Ron Logan. Now,
Mhm.
and Reese's now saying, I understand it from your previous live that other people were involved.
Mhm.
Um, and given the phone evidence, that almost has to be the case. And that's why I was asking about whether there was a Logan phone dump, because uh, you can't explain looking at some of, and this is what I'd have been saying if I'd been McClelland in the response to the motion to correct error. Uh, not only, I mean, I would have been saying what he says, it's not newly discovered evidence. And
Well,
of course, let's of course decide about the box cutter, but um, you can't explain the phone. You can't accuse Logan and explain the phone evidence with other people not being involved.
right. And the phones are the phones do play a part, but because
Ron Logan could not have plugged the phone. Ron Logan could not have plugged the headphone jack into the phone at 5:45.
no, he couldn't. And when Racy says that Abby was taken back up to the property and left with someone else,
Mm-hmm.
and he said Logan went to go get rid of evidence, and the trip to Lafayette was for that purpose only, and the stop at the fish store was for that purpose only. Um, but the phones do play a role. But I'm not going to go into all of that just because that's not stuff that's come out yet, and it may never, or it may. But and there's some things that Reese's just really right now kind of worried about his safety, because since this broke on the news, of course, everybody's like, dude, you fucking snitched. They don't care
Well,
why, they don't care who. It's just the fact that in prison, if you're known as a snitch, it doesn't do you any good. So
no,
he's
I get it.
he's not put himself. This is not a situation where he would put himself in for what? I mean, just he's it's just it makes no sense. And when you've got this evidence from clear back in May of 2017, it's really hard to argue. Like why would he? And he didn't ask for anything.
Well, and you put it together with a confession to Haas, and it has legs, and I do believe that. By the way, I mean, you said, Reese said they came in, piece of paper and said write 2 paragraphs. Didn't he also say they videotaped him?
Yeah, he said it was recorded. Yeah, and that's what he referred to. He said have him produce the video. He said because I don't know if they asked him what he wanted, or if they made a sly comment like, "What, do you want the reward money?" And he said, "Absolutely not. Give it to the families or donate it to that park they're talking about." He said it's on the video.
Hmm.
Have him show the video.
Yeah.
Um,
Unlike a member of the lynch mob crowing about how, claiming that his ex-girlfriend called in and said we did it for the reward money.
yeah, well, I told him about that, and he said, "Well, she's an ex for a reason."
Yeah.
And he basically at the time she was kind of the only one that he could get to turn the tip in. So whatever he said, whatever she's saying now, I don't know. He was like, but I didn't want anything. And the court of public opinion, who is Ron Logan's son, his name's Ryan Logan. Um, I believe that I believe that he now holds the deed to the property. I don't think he was involved at all. He's never been in the mix of anything. Yeah, Ryan, I believe Ryan has control of the Mama J. I believe that Ryan has control of the estate. And it's kind of strange because if you go back into the documents, at first there is a foreclosure originally on the property. And then it ends up going through probate. And I believe that Ryan was named head of the estate. So I don't even know if anyone lives there now because Ryan's address is somewhere else. And the house has never been like I don't believe the house has ever been appraised. I can't find anything on any of the real estate apps where there's any photos or anything taken inside, as if it was ever going to be put up for sale. So I don't know if anyone's living there now or not. So, well, really quick, let me pop through these last couple of little slides that I've got here.
Hey, Amy,
Okay.
I got to run.
Okay.
I wanted to say bye. And Michael, it was really good that you came on. I'm so glad. I heard you in another chat, like, I don't know what was it, Amy, like a week or two ago, you told me to listen to it. I got so mad, didn't I? I was like furious that these people who are just complete like idiots were telling you what the law was, and it was just infuriating. So, I mean, really, like, I thank you from the bottom of my heart for like everything that you've done for this case and, you know, bringing some reason and actual legal expertise. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you for the kind words. Let me leave you with something that'll probably make people a little bit mad.
Yes, do it, please.
That, you know, you all are, you know, when I say you all, I mean not just you all, but a lot of people might remember that Nick McClellan kept the geofencing evidence out because it's so inaccurate, don't you know? And in fact, they were clearing people with the geofence information.
And
dozens of people. And they were also, at least in whole or in part, some were completely cleared by the geofence stuff. Other, it was geofence plus something else. And they were also clearing people because of their physical description. Like they cleared one guy because he wasn't geofence and he was 5'6" and stocky and didn't fit the physical description.
Because he was 5'6" and stocky. And yet our government used geofencing to nail all the J6 rioters at the Capitol.
Oh yeah, I understand, but look, so that's kind of government writ large hypocrisy, right? Mm-hmm. I'm doing case specific hypocrisy.
Well, yeah, but the fact that he claims that it's unreliable.
Yeah, that's why it kept out, because it could be, but they were using it to clear people.
He better hope that if he ever tries to use phone data to convict someone, like geofence data, he better hope that whoever that is, their lawyer and that person don't know anything about this case, because like he's like pretty much backed himself into a corner with that. I mean, they use it to convict people all the time. God, it's infuriating. I just don't understand it. Michael, how could they put Judge Gull back, or how could they leave Judge Gull on the case when they reinstated the defense, knowing that Judge Gull, I mean, she had to hire an attorney out of her own pocket because the attorney general couldn't represent her. Like, so if she wasn't biased, if there wasn't a conflict before, she definitely was biased.
I think the state paid for Matt Gutwein and Delaney.
Oh, okay. Well, even still, I mean, like,
I think it's something like $180,000.
Jesus. They just got all kinds of money to throw around, but they can't pay the defense.
It's crazy. It's sorry, pardon my language.
Well, I mean, you asked about leaving Judge Gull on. You know, the Tweedles, as I call them now, before they turned south, as it were, before they were thinking that I had destroyed my reputation and was incredibly unprofessional and that I
Well, I
lied.
mean, you realize that the person who was saying how unprofessional you were was the same one who pitched a tent at the courthouse and puked all over the courthouse steps, right? Because you
Oh
were
no, I'm
drunk.
talking about the Tweedles. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the murder sheet.
Oh, yeah. Mr. My hair looks like a squirrel is gonna pop his head up
Well,
out of it.
I'm not gonna make fun of people because of the way they look, or at least usually.
Well,
But they were very kind. They had me on for when the original action was happening, and we had a really great discussion, I thought. And I was talking about the 4 different outcomes the thing could have, and like I got down to number 4, and number 4 was um, the defense lawyers are back and Gull stays, and all 3 of us laughed at that possibility, and that's what happened. So I think the Supreme Court putting lawyers back was the right thing, but that opinion that put Gull back, and not only did it put Gull back, it basically authorized the contempt proceedings.
What is going to be, I'm saying in a perfect world going forward, the appellate court, they're not going to have any kind of, are they going to have any kind of say about, let's say they kick this appeal back? Do they have any kind of say about getting rid of Gall, or is it just going to go straight back to her?
Well,
If they,
the way things stand, it'll go back to her. I mean, I think it unlikely that they're going to attempt to claim a judicial bias, but they might. And if it goes back, then you can file a motion for a new change of judge. And if you don't get it, then you do another original action. And
so Radar says that was a reverse mortgage that tried to foreclose when Ron Logan was in jail. Reverse, yeah, you have to be living in the home. I believe Fouts was trying to stop the foreclosure. He's another one. Yeah, I knew I seen the foreclosure on there. And now that you say reverse mortgage, I remember that.
look, all these people are related to each other in various ways. I mean, and just it's a small town. There aren't that many lawyers. Jesus.
Yeah,
Um,
no. And
and I mean, McClellan and Holder in the same Mason's Lodge. I mean, Jesus.
mhm. And yeah. And it really, for me, I kind of feel like it comes down to 2 things in why this case hasn't been handled the way that it should have been, and the right people charged is either 1, drugs, 2, odorous.
Look, I don't know that they had enough to charge anybody else. I don't know that I don't think they had enough to charge Rick Allen, but
I can't imagine. There's no. I mean, when you put all of this stuff, like if I was to do a live and put all of these people, these groups of people, in categories and why they should be considered suspect, Rick Allen is the least. Rick Allen's it 3rd time over. Dan Doolin claiming what Rick Allen said at that face-to-face meeting. There's no other than that. There's nothing. I don't believe the bullet. I don't believe any of the confessions. Those were just so ridiculous. But if it
by the
wasn't
way,
for Dan Doolin saying that Rick told him he was there from this time to this time, we wouldn't be here. Yet this time to this time was so damn specific that it was forgettable. Dan completely forgot about it.
well, I forget whether it was March or May, but it is not believable that Kathy Shank just stumbled across this in August or September, the dueling thing, because it was in the Orion database,
Yeah,
put
and
in
that
by Kathy Shank, and again, I don't remember whether it was March or May, but it was March or May of 2022.
So there it is. She's another one who just got on the stand and just lied.
Well, I gotta go look. I gotta, I gotta go check on that again. But that's my recollection. And yeah, and it wasn't. It was the dueling tip was forwarded by somebody else altogether. Um, I mean, the dueling report. Uh, so the whole thing was, yeah. Look, it was a sham from start to finish. And if you look at McClellan's response with motion to correct error carefully, when he's talking about the head fund, or no, sorry, when he's talking about Reese Davis's account of Ron Logan's confession, he basically says that well, I mean, he really does say this. Assume everything we said was true, then the Ron Logan story makes no sense. It doesn't fit the facts.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, in what world do you think like that? I mean, you assume everything. It's like that's not how investigations go. That's not even how trials assume. Like this is not credible because you have to assume everything we've put on is true.
I mean, it's just so
Why,
very
why have a
frustrating.
trial? Why have a trial at all?
Mm-hmm. It's Is there okay? Let me ask you this: Does the defense team or a post conviction relief defense team have the ability to request that certain DNA be tested? Like, are they able to request like the unidentified DNA that was found on the girls? That by the time if we have to go through post conviction, we're looking at several years down the road. Um,
Well, there's an option for not being several years down the road, and this Rick's conviction is being attacked. I can tell you on 3, 4, even 5 fronts all at once, and there are a lot of people spending a lot of time.
well, that's good. That's good to know. But I think that unidentified DNA at some point, I mean, whether it be through genealogy or other sources, um, I think that's something that needs to be gone after because I think eventually it's going to surface who that DNA belongs to.
Well, my understanding is too, though, that some of that unidentified DNA is partial profiles, and that the partial profiles excluded Rick, but we don't know whom else they compared the partial profiles to. So
Right.
we don't know who else has been excluded or even compared with
Mm-hmm.
the partial profiles, plural.
Right. Thank you, Dr. K. Yeah, I was wondering about that because, for example, with the Palladinos, um, and being in the geofence, and then the other brother being out there when the girls were found, that's kind of fishy. But with Mark being a felon and being in Westville, from the way that I read it, his now I maybe he has been in prison before as a felon and released because I understand that they only take their DNA if they're a felon when they're released upon release. Um, but you would only have to test his DNA to rule in or rule out everybody else associated in his family where these rumors were coming from.
Yeah,
So
look, I don't want to, and I don't know enough, and you all may know more, but I don't think that McClelland was lying when he was talking about the sort of range that the geofence information could have, so that when if the geofence puts somebody near something, I'm not sure how accurate that is. Now Google GPS stuff would be, but I don't know about it. I don't know that the geofence itself would do that.
didn't
So
they, and maybe if somebody in chat remembers, because I kind of reviewed all of that stuff this week, and it's my understanding that the geofencing that they did do was within 60 to 100 yards of the crime scene, where those two particular phones, Garrett Kurtz and Mark Palladino's phones, were in that geofencing. And when you look at it on a map, that 60 to 100 yards it's not like clear up there by 300, like somebody would have been driving by. It's down there at the base of that bowl area where the girls were found, within that area. And I know I don't know the times that those two numbers showed up in the geofencing, but I do know that there were phones that were showing in that area 60 to 100 yards between 302 and 330.
yeah, and I just
No, the bridge is, you're right, Prescott, the bridge is not within the geofence. It is on the other side of the creek, and it's a it's a close range to, like, there's no reason for anybody's phones to be showing up there. And unless they weren't affiliated with
well,
what was going on.
yeah, and I think the 50 or 60 yards thing. I with only two towers and there's only one my understanding is there's only one geofence for all of Delphi. So I just don't know how accurate that actually is, and that so in the motion to correct error, there was the FBI subject information uh, report or whatever it was, that had Brad Weber's phone pinging at his parents' residence at 2:50 for the first time, and then there all night. And I don't when it says pinging and they can identify the location, to me that means they have to have that has to be GPS information, because with two towers they could never locate him specifically at his parents' residence. And feel free to tell me I'm wrong.
I don't know. I feel like some of the most solid evidence that they had, they disregarded. And when I went back and I was reading the Franks motion this week, for them to have cleared Brad Weber within the first month, literally within the first month.
And I can tell you that they should have.
They should have?
They should have. Brad Weber had nothing to do with it.
Not Brad Weber, Brad Holder.
Oh, Brad Holder. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, Brad Holder. They cleared him within the first month. And
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, I just feel like a lot of their most solid evidence, they pretty much disregarded it. And
Well, here's I think what Amy's been trying to do here is go back to the beginning, right?
right.
And you're doing it sort of from the outer circles and what are the outer connections, and for me to go back to zero is is really to go back to kind of the undisputed facts. And you can argue about what's undisputed, right? I mean, I know there are people out there who think the Abby thing is a fake, and that it was really Bree and Kelsey on the bridge. And I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
no, and
I'm
I've
not going there.
no, and I've told some people on my community page the same thing when they're talking about these photos of Libby's phone being photoshopped, yada yada. Yada. I'm like, I don't believe for 1 minute that when this took place, that anybody law enforcement wise was out there trying to mislead or do shady things. This is
I,
something that over time. Go
I
ahead.
think the bridge guy video, which they didn't release for a while, but they released the bridge guy still, and I think they were trying to mislead people there to make people think that bridge guy was bearing down on the girls within feet, when that was not the case.
Yes, and I do agree with you there. I mean, I followed Andrea Burkhart throughout the whole trial just because I felt like she was on point with major detail, and she did not describe the original bridge guy video as being how it's been described to us over the years, like the girls were in a panic, and it was more like maybe Libby didn't even know that her phone was recording anything, and the girls were kind of talking back and forth. So we just need to hear it for ourselves. And I don't understand, why to this day we haven't seen it. It's only
Yeah, well,
43 seconds. We need to see it.
well,
And
the same goes for the crime scene photos. I mean, if you got, the world pouring over the crime scene photos, I mean, look, I have it's about to be exactly 25-year-old murder case, and that I've been working on. Quintuple murder. I mean, you all think two teenagers is bad. um, five people in about 20 minutes. Um,
Truth
uh,
Seeker, was that you? Were you the line holder for Andrea? Thank you.
yeah, thank you, Truth Seeker. You know, it, 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 you know, the, it's a group effort. I mean, it's what I tell my class about habeas work and criminal defense generally. And, people are achieve the most when they work in groups.
Mm-hmm. Well, definitely. And that's what I'm saying. That's like this stuff right here that I'm putting out. I'm like, going to give it to everybody. And there's people who know things that I don't know. And, even if I'm wrong, that this pretty much everything that's been in this presentation tonight it's all public information. It's all been put on Reddit 1,000 times, or you just got to know where to look. And I know that the Palladinos for me, from the onset, when people started talking about them, when you're looking at it from a revenge type thing, drug angle, they would be great suspects.
Yeah, but
And
is there anything that ties to the Palladinos to Odinism?
that
God
I
forbid.
don't know. See,
I mean,
I've not been able to track that.
are they white supremacists?
I don't know. I could see them being see what the one thing that's weird with all of them is that they all have multiple Facebook pages. But after 2017, everybody pretty much went dark. They stopped posting. The only one who continued to post after that was Crystal, the sister. But the
Mhm.
fact that Mark Palladino's phone was in the geofence, the fact that, I mean, I can show you thread after thread after thread, people telling me, including Garrett Kurtz telling me that they all took off to California right after the girls were found. And now I know that there was some possible connection between them and Derek German. So that keeps them kind of on the radar. And they're vicious enough to probably do something like this. But there's even way more evidence with Brad Holder and them.
And for me, going back to zero means, going back to the forensic evidence. And one of the problems, and I think one of the fascinations, frankly, of this case for people is that you cannot come up with a narrative of what happened that doesn't run into some pretty solid fact that says no.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and, and humans like unexplained phenomena. I mean, I'm still interested in the disappearance of the Malaysian airliner in the Southern Ocean, because nobody has yet explained or even talks about anymore the sudden climb to 40,000 feet that happened.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying the pilot didn't. I mean, I'm not saying the pilot. The probable thing is that the pilot killed everybody, depressurized the thing, and you know, 2 years later, stuff was washing up in Africa. So, yeah, that's probably what happened. But I mean, there's still stuff about it that's not really explained.
Right.
But in this case, in this case, Rick Allen makes no sense. There are things that I think, you know, from what we know, make Ron Logan a reach. Um, Brad, Brad Holder has, an alibi according to the police, and you can argue about how good that is or how bad. And maybe he came in later. I don't know, but for everybody, there there are contradictions that basically clear everyone.
Mm-hmm. And it just makes it, I mean, and you're right about the narrative of what happened. That's what drives me. I think that's what drives me the most insane, is not knowing what happened. And obviously not knowing who did it. But
Well, I mean, I think I will say this. I've said this from the beginning. I think that what happened is just infinitely more horrible than the tale the state told at trial.
oh, I do too. I agree. I don't think that this was just a real quick, oh my gosh, I'm scared, I'm in trouble, and they were taken care of and the person left. I don't think that at all. So, and I do feel like this was targeted. It's just not,
And and and,
it's
and
such a
for the
remote place.
so for the targeting, and I thought it was, for the longest time, I thought it was targeted, and but the thing that it's just the mechanics of how that happened is just so hard to come up with.
Not if Anthony Schatz was in communication with the girls that day. And that was
Well,
really
again, you've got the problem of, at least as I understand it, the girls ended up going out later than they thought they were going. Now people could have been out there earlier and waiting. But again, how do you know they're going to go to the south end of the bridge? I mean, how do you know that?
right.
Um,
Hmm.
and
It is it's very
and
frustrating.
well, I don't want to dismiss the targeting idea. I'm just saying that if you're gonna do the targeting, you've got to come up with a mechanism by which that happens.
Well, and I I don't know, because they weren't discussed at trial. Any communication on Libby's phone with her to anyone else. They didn't bring anything, no text messages or snap. They didn't, and I don't understand with the Snapchat stuff, like um, why they didn't get a search warrant from Snapchat, because I'm pretty sure that even though that on the phone things disappear, behind the scenes, I do believe that there is a database where they can get information from Snapchat. So we don't, I mean, maybe I don't know if she was communicating with anybody in the car on the way to the bridge. Um, you just don't know. But I mean, what are the flipping odds? What are the odds
Well, it's really, I mean, it's again, people know more about how Snapchat works than I do, but even Cecil said he couldn't explain why the Snapchat photo that ended up in, I guess, some friend's phone and was sent to the police at 7 o'clock that evening.
Well, I don't think that I don't think they got a search warrant. I think that he said on the stand that he was going to look into it. I don't think they got a search warrant from Snapchat. So if
No, but he said they couldn't explain. I think he said he couldn't explain why that picture was not on the phone.
yeah, back then I don't know. I know, and Snapchat has kind of changed a little bit over the years. So I don't know if back then, if Libby took a picture of Abby on the bridge, which I think she did, and when she took the picture, instead of saving it and downloading it to her memories in her Snapchat, if she just uploaded it to Snapchat publicly and then closed out the app, I don't know if that photo would have actually saved on her phone in 2017. I don't know.
And I don't know whether this is a trial, but I do know, for the people who think that the Snapchat thing is fake, there is phone data. The Snapchat app was accessed at 2:07. So I think, I think that's pretty solid.
Yeah, and that would lean into, if she didn't save it in her memories in Snapchat and she just uploaded it, it wouldn't have been in her camera roll. So that, I mean, if it was accessed to 2:07 and that's around the time that photo was posted, that would make sense. I don't think there's any photoshopping with that going on. So,
but again, so for me, it's like going back, going down to zero is starting with like these fundamental, the facts beyond dispute, and I Betsy Blair saw somebody. People. That's the other thing that's been funny about listening to the lynch mob, because it's like all of a sudden the lynch mob, all these eyewitnesses are unreliable. Because of course none of them describe Richard Allen.
right. But they all described, they want you to believe that none of them described Richard Allen, but they all described Bridge Guy.
They all describe Bridge Guy, and that Richard Allen is Bridge Guy, although nobody said that.
Exactly. And Richard Allen is not tall and muscular, but I truly believe that out of all of them, I believe that Betsy Blair saw Bridge Guy. And that's another reason that I believe that this was a planned encounter, because he's sitting there on the first platform. She said he looked as though he was waiting for someone. It takes you, when I was there this past November with Cherie, when you get dropped off at the Mears lot, because Cherie and I did this, it takes 8 minutes to get from the Mears lot to the start of the bridge. So when Betsy Blair saw this individual on the bridge and she turned around, and halfway through, she says she passed the girls, where did Bridge Guy go? Where did the guy go on the first platform? The only place for him to go would have been either to come off the bridge, past the girls and turn back around, or come off the bridge, go to the right and hide back up over there in that pathway, and then pop back out on the bridge once the girls came out across the bridge. There's no other place for him to go.
Yeah,
to go down.
Well,
And
he can go. Where's the entrance to the 505?
It's down there by the Mears drop off.
Okay.
So there's no, he wouldn't have had time to get down there. Yeah. And Betsy Blair said that she saw, I believe she saw a younger person. Isn't that what she said? Somebody who had a beautiful
big
look.
poofy hair, almost beautiful, and that's not who's in the video for sure.
No, it's not. And that's
That's why
another
I'm not.
bizarre thing.
So
And she,
so so whom the person she saw? I mean, tell me. Feel free to disagree. I'm just making this. My wife says I go back into my back room and make it all up, and I'm probably doing that here. But uh, um, uh, uh, so it wasn't Bridge Guy that Betsy Blair saw, but it was somebody who was involved.
possibly.
But it wasn't Bridge Guy. I mean, the person she described was not the person in the video.
Right. So where did the person in the video come from?
That's
Could
and that's why
very
I'm
much.
saying this is why this is one of the places the Ron Logan narrative has legs for me. I mean, I don't know why he'd be on the south side of the bridge, but he knew Abby, knew Anna Williams, because she was a bartender, and that's in Reese's thing. So he's walking back across the bridge, passes them, recognizes Abby, and turns around.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Very, very possible. And if he had somebody else out there with him, I mean, Betsy Blair described, I mean, her description is the young bridge guy sketch. The young guy, not the older guy. So there's, if you, let's just say hypothetically, when the girls were dropped off, and I know because I did it by a stopwatch, it takes 8 minutes to literally from the road at the Mears drop off. Me and Cherie walked into the trail, turned left, went all the way up to the bridge. And when we got to the bridge, I stopped it. 8 minutes, like 8 minutes and 3 seconds. And we weren't walking fast. We were just slowly, casually walking like two teenagers would be doing, walking and talking. And so halfway, let's just say hypothetically that Betsy Blair passed the girls halfway to the Mears lot. You've got 4 minutes of these people on the bridge being interchangeable. And
Yeah.
the only way that makes sense is if Ron Logan's property was accessed throughout this time. It's the only way that no one is seen because I do not believe Sarah Carbaugh saw anybody. It's the only way that there's no cars coming and going. It's the only way that people don't see anybody coming back through the trails that look suspicious. The only way is either down the hill and across the creek to go to Logan's property in the fastest way possible, or they came back across the bridge. And, Reese said that Ron's story started off just like that he's seen the girls, started talking to them about the animals, and he had rabbits in his barn. You go back and you listen to Robert McDonald's interviews where she's talking about Ron telling her he was breeding rabbits in his barn. Ron Logan absolutely 100% talked to Reese. And he explained to him that
Yeah.
he told the girls, "Hey, come and
Yeah.
see my animals." And that whole, like, if you believe the phone data to a certain degree, that 7-minute pause is possibly the moment when Libby flipped out and didn't want to go any further. But Reese said Ron Logan's story changed. That's how it started out. But actually, this was a whole planned fantasy that him and other people had in mind. So
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't know all the details of what Ron Logan said. So,
yeah, and we'll
um,
never know.
well, I mean, yeah, maybe. Yeah, we might not. But all I'm saying is that the person. I mean, there's another person who's been left out that there hasn't been much talk about, and that is the person, Teresa Liebert, said she saw hanging out at the mailbox at 8:30 in the morning.
And
And one of the things, and I got to say, the first time I heard that story, it wasn't 8:30 in the morning. It was more like 1. She and her husband were going out someplace, maybe down to the transfer station to get rid of their garbage. Not sure. But in
have
any case,
you've seen that sketch
well,
of that guy, right?
yeah, I have.
He's a
Yeah,
dead
he looks
ringer
like
for
a
Elvis.
lot like. Well,
What, like you?
he's also a dead ringer. He's a dead ringer for somebody else as well.
I'm saying Elvis Fields. Who do you say?
Um, Anthony Greeno.
Oh shit. Yeah.
And, who has also
Um,
confessed.
oh,
Um, uh, although he tries to explain it away. Look, I'm not saying any of these people did it. Okay, I'm just saying. And
oh no, the cat's out of the
seriously,
bag.
no, but
Oh, no,
look.
you're
I mean,
right.
there may be things explaining him, but the thing that needs to be looked at that hasn't been yet is the. I mean, what's weird about hanging out at that mailbox at 8:30 in the morning? What's weird about a guy? There's no car. Where the hell did that person come from?
Mm-hmm.
And so, the security video needs to be looked at to see if there's a car arriving, leaving, dropping that person off. The other thing, and it may be completely unrelated, but it is a totally weird thing. You may have seen, and people in the chat may have seen, the van sitting out on 100 outside the packing plant
Yes.
from 150 to about 340, and nobody gets in the thing, nobody gets out of the thing. It's kind of parked on the road. Now there is a car at the end that goes by, but the van doesn't follow it immediately. So I mean, I don't know that there's any connection there, but I mean, what is somebody doing in a van at 1:50 in the afternoon for an hour, for an hour and 50 minutes? I mean,
Mm-hmm.
it's just bizarre.
Mm.
Um, but yeah, all these things, uh, whoever. So yeah, the security video needs to be checked for 4:30 in the morning, to see if uh, 4:30, 4:45, see if something comes out. And it's most likely, it's most likely that whoever left after turning on the phone, and those messages coming in, most likely they went out the cemetery way in 300, unless they just went back up to their house. Um,
Mm-mm-mm.
um, but
Now,
yeah,
where this person was, they could have absolutely accessed the south end of the bridge, right?
where what person was
The
in front of by Liebert's mailbox, by the
yeah,
mailboxes.
yes.
Yeah, they could have absolutely walked down the path. So it's about, oh God, what is it? It's about a half mile down there. You have to go up. Yeah, that person could have ended up at the bridge. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I mean, they
Somebody's
walked.
asking, Bell
Yeah,
Bell Mayhem is asking, Michael, is that on the video footage that you're talking about? This person saying, is that the same video that caught Brad Weber's van, or is there a
yeah,
different? It's the
yeah,
same
yeah.
one.
No, that. But there's a big problem with it in the dark, and that is
Mm.
that inside, and there's reflection off the window, light
Do
reflection. So it's very, very hard to see. But I would think that if something had headlight, I mean, I haven't looked at it, but I would think that if something had headlights, that you might be able to identify it. I mean, it was, only Matt Hoffman being brilliant who just caught the slightest little movement in that corner of the screen on the original. Now, some great people did some great work, magnifying, zooming in on that to get a really, really good look at it. But,
Mhm.
you know, to catch that in the original is really hard.
Can you say, or do you know, and can you say how many hours of that footage do they have?
It's a lot.
Okay. So it would cover that time span.
Yeah,
Okay.
should. I mean, I don't know for sure, but I mean, it was collected by I mean, we really, I mean, the defense really doesn't know who collected it, but it was obviously collected by law enforcement because they had, um, the it was turned over in discovery, so it was collected by law enforcement. And by the way, if Bell sets a hearing, um, there's some pretty good evidence that clock is exactly 12 hours off.
Mhm.
McClellan saying, "Oh well, it was, you know."
Well,
Uh,
you can't argue the Wi-Fi connection at 250. You can't argue that. The van goes by, there's no other cars, and then his phone connects.
yeah, but it says two. See, it's yeah, but it says two. It's
It's 12 hours
you
off,
can't
but
you can't argue with the phone ping at the house. You mean?
right.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
26 dead zombies. Yes, we can all agree that there's 5 or 6 different scenarios about this double homicide. Absolutely.
Well,
But I think
see, there aren't 5 or 6 scenarios because, and that's kind of the problem. I mean, there are 5 or 6, all of which run into some like serious problem that says no, that couldn't have happened.
mhm. There's a
So,
piece of the puzzle that we just don't know. And it's the major piece. It's the one piece that, if it's ever discovered, it's gonna make everything hopefully make sense. But,
well, I,
the
I
fact
have to say this. Yeah. I mean, I don't think there's anything yet. I mean, if it's Ron Logan, with help,
Mhm.
I don't think there's anything that says that couldn't have happened. And the other thing is, everybody was dismissing, and I did for a long time until the other day, and someone can tell me I'm also mistaken about this, but Ron Logan is inventing this alibi with his, I don't know, nephew, cousin, whatever it is, like early in the morning on the 14th, before the girls were found. And everybody's saying, well, oh, he was just worried about being caught driving the previous day, right, to the fish store. And
Mhm.
the problem with that is there would be no need before the girls are found. There would be no need for him to create any alibi, even for the driving thing, because he would have had no reason to think anybody was going to look into it.
Right. No, you're absolutely right. And that's what made him a suspect to begin with, the lying about the alibi. And
Okay, so I'm just trying to establish whether I've been wrong about thinking that, and a lot of people dismiss it as, oh, he was just worried about, the probation violate. He wasn't allowed to drive and he'd be caught. But somebody mentioned the timing of it, and it's like at 9:30 or 8:30 in the morning on the 14th, he would have had no reason to think that his driving would be
an
noticed by
issue.
anybody.
And from what I understand, just from going back through, years and years on this case, he was driving everywhere anyway. He was driving in town, he was going to the local bars.
That's
Um,
hilarious.
like he was like, you can't drive through Delphi and especially the downtown area and not be seen. There's, but everybody has said that he was driving. His need for having an alibi that someone drove him to the fish store, and not only that, but he lied about the time of the fish store. He wasn't at the fish store and didn't leave the fish store until after 5.
Yeah, the receipt says 5:21, I think.
Yeah. And he even lied about the time.
Yeah, but that makes the headphone thing a little awkward.
Not if somebody else was out there.
No, no, exactly. I'm saying the version of Ron, and that's why I was asking about a Ron Logan phone dump, because it would be interesting to know what calls he made. I mean, maybe he had help already there. Who knows? I mean, somebody's at the house now. There is one version. Does anybody know about some sort of white supremacist militia exercise on his property on Sunday?
I've heard that, but I don't know if it's true.
Because there's one version of the story that happened, and Brad Holder was among the folks, and that he had to come back the next day because he'd left his ID there.
Well, where did that detail come from? That's the first time I've heard that.
It came from somebody who was not there, but part of the militia.
That's interesting. That's a pretty specific detail.
Yeah, but again, it's more. It's like, and I've been talking to this person, and all I've been saying is, give me some proof. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm a lawyer. I mean, I am so tired of the he said, she said shit.
Mm-hmm. I mean, no.
Now,
But yeah, I have heard that, but I've, and I will say this, and I don't know if I went over it last week or not, but, Reese did say, and that was why when, this, the stuff that was released by Nick McClelland with the discovery lists on there and all of the phones and things like that, I was like, okay, did Abby have a phone? Because we've heard that Abby's had a phone. But in the heat of the moment, Reese said that Ron Logan caught Abby trying to use a phone and took it from her.
and it's all, and that's the other thing, that maybe McClelland does have something saying. I mean, Reese denies it. I on the one hand, I can't believe that McClelland is just making this up. And he might be, but it's just really hard to get my mind around. But I've been known for failures of imagination before.
That Reese's making what up about the
No,
flip
that
phone?
McClelland is making up the battery thing. Now
Oh,
he may be mistaken. So look, he's mistaken about the clothes.
yeah, because I mean, you can read Reese's statement. It says Ron burned his own clothes, and nothing in that statement had anything to do with a flip phone or a battery. But Reese did say that he said the reason, he said, when you read it, it looks effed up because they forced me to put it all into 2 paragraphs. That's why when you read it, it's like walking, talking, animals. He said he was trying to put as much detail in there as possible. But if it's recorded and he said more, for example, someone told him that there was a flip phone and a battery was taken out. Well, hypothetically, I know the rumor that I have heard, maybe somebody else has heard something different, is that Becky Patty gave Abby a phone, like an old phone. So I'm thinking, was it a flip phone that she could, I don't know if she could connect to Wi-Fi or be able to access. I don't even know if you can access apps on a flip phone. But the fact that that was
You
brought
can't do
up,
that. I had a flip phone and some pretty you could access some pretty primitive apps on it.
like I don't know if the phone actually had service, like she could make a phone call, but if she was connected to Wi-Fi or she could get on Facebook because she had a Facebook that her mom didn't know about, Snapchat, et cetera, et cetera. But it was stated, Reese did state that going back to his property, Abby had a phone and she was doing something with the phone and Ron took it from her. Or at least he
Yeah,
was told someone took it from her.
yeah, and I'm trying to go to the battery thing, and so McClellan makes a mistake about the clothes. He may have information, and look, there's so much stuff in this case. I mean, 20, 15 to 20 terabytes of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I'm willing to say he's uh, remembering something wrong. That doesn't mean he isn't being sloppy. I mean, look, the thing we submitted, the tip says that Reese said, Logan said that he burned his own clothes. I mean, I don't know how he makes a mistake about that, but maybe he's just making a mistake and there's some other piece of evidence, but I guarantee you the defense has not heard anything about any batteries being taken out of any phones.
Okay, so I of Apophis, I think that's how you say it. Huh. She says, or he says, Abby had a purple non-iPhone in the musically video and a tablet in a pink case. Wasn't there a tablet with a pink case listed just recently on the discovery that Nick released? That was found. I don't know if it was found on the trails or in the woods or on someone else's property.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, there is a tablet with a pink case that is listed. Shut your mouth. That is
Yeah,
listed.
but she didn't. I mean, that might account for some sort of communication, for a setup, but Abby clearly didn't have a tablet with her.
Hmm.
I mean, and that code. I mean, if you take that picture as genuine Snapchat picture, I mean, there's just
Mhm.
she doesn't have a tablet. I mean, I don't think.
Wow.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, the phone could have ended up in the burn pit too, or Logan could have thrown it away. I don't know that he did it, but at the moment he's, you know, connect him with the Odinist because look, I don't think it was a ritual sacrifice, but I think it was dressed up, and I don't think now, one thing people might do is go out, and I haven't done it, but go out and look at Nez Perce symbolism. Ron Logan was a huge. He went out to Idaho all the time, and he had. I don't remember the word, and I don't remember what it means, but he had a plaque with a Nez Perce word on it in his house, and you know, could those things not be runes, but could they be in fact Nez Perce stuff that Logan put out there? I don't know because I don't know anything about Nez Perce symbolism.
Mhm.
And I kind of lean towards the Odinist thing because I mean, look at the Facebook pages of a couple of people everybody knows and loves. Um, and there's you know, I think 2 weeks after the murders, on the Facebook page of somebody you've mentioned tonight, I think there show up two photographs, both of them bloody knives, one straight edged, one serrated.
Okay, say that again.
So I've been sent the pictures. I haven't seen the Facebook page itself, but one of the people, I believe, I was told the pictures came from Gabe Ellis's Facebook page. There are pictures of two knives, one straight edged, one serrated, and they're both bloody. I have the picture.
What is it? Is it dated?
I was told it came from the Facebook page a couple of weeks after the murders.
I'll have to go look. I don't know. I don't even know if his page is still up. It's
I
been
only have the photograph.
But if it's not, so okay. You don't know if it's got a date on it, like because usually down, like in the bottom left-hand corner, it'll have a date.
These are the photographs themselves. They're not. It's not a screenshot of the. It's not a screenshot.
Oh, okay. Jesus God.
Well, it's the thing.
Now he is an odorist. He is a practicing odorist, or he was
Yeah.
before he went to prison.
Yeah. No, I know. I know. Well, I mean, practicing odorist. I mean, look, it's just a cover for fucking. It's just a cover for white supremacy. I mean, it's not.
Yeah.
And actually, one of the stick arrangements out there, if you want to call it a rune, is in fact a Brad Holder rune. I mean, people have their personal runes, and one of them is a Brad Holder rune.
Mm-hmm.
Whether that means Brad Holder was involved, I don't know the guy.
Well, I mean, between the mimicked crime scene to, what was it? A few days, the painting that he did that has the F on it, and the upside down pose like Abby. I mean, it's just what?
I think we can say this safely, that those things are a good deal more incriminating than Rick Allen's alleged Google searches.
Yeah, God forbid anybody ever download my stuff. I mean, no. Not I don't the bullet is the bullet is a joke. I think the timeline is a joke. And and these confessions, when Diener signed that search warrant, there were no confessions. Half this case at trial was built around these confessions. That didn't happen until after they swept him off to Westville and did what they did to him. It was on purpose.
Well, it's funny, the lynch mob, and there's a certain logic to it, but I think it's wrong. The lynch mob is saying, well, he confessed 61 times. I mean, he's obviously guilty. And to me, 61 confessions have a lot. I don't think that's the state's characterization. Who knows how many sort of actual confessions there. But let's say there were 61. 61 confessions to me are a lot less credible than a couple or three.
Mm-hmm. And there's been a handful of people that have confessed to this. You've got Keegan Kline saying that his dad did it. You've got Ron Logan. You've got Greeno that you said confessed to it. We've got Rick Allen that said they confessed to it. Who else?
Well, you got
Elvis Fields. Elvis Fields confessed to it. They
twice.
took that so serious they did a freaking lie detector test on his sister.
Well, look, I polygraphs are for the birds. I mean, I'm sorry. The
Yeah,
fact
they
that
are. They are.
and you know, um, and you know, and by the way, you've got Nick McClellan testifying again in response to the motion to correct error that, you know, Reese Davis failed the polygraph test miserably. There is nothing in evidence. He put no affidavit in. He didn't put in any document showing that Reese Davis even took a polygraph. He's just, he's just testifying, and you know, lawyers don't get to do that in unverified pleadings, and a verified pleading is one that is signed under penalty for perjury.
Hmm.
But it still has to be personal knowledge, and he doesn't have any personal knowledge about whether Davis failed the polygraph.
Well, he said it. I mean, he straight up said that he was pissed because of the way that he was being treated, and he does have Tourette's, and he said they were laughing at him, which pissed him off even more. And I know that when there were the way that the messages are limited because of the amount of words you can put in them. But he was saying that basically he had to ask them, like, how do I answer that? For example, one of the big things that he made a big deal about was, is this true? Is it whole? And is it complete? That was one of the
Yeah,
questions they asked him.
yeah, I heard. Yeah, I heard that, and you know, of course, he said,
How do I answer that? And they said, yes, you have to answer it yes or no. And
well,
I mean, I think it was just pretty much a mess from the get go.
so the question is, why did he answer it yes if that wasn't true? I mean, I don't know. I mean, again, polygraphs are for birds. It would be inadmissible, and the thing that, you know, the lynch mob, people like Nancy Grace forget is that the question isn't from Rick Allen's perspective. It should be from law enforcement's perspective, but the question from Rick Allen's perspective is, you know, should the jury have gotten to hear this?
Right.
Because it exculpates Rick. Whether you think Ron, I mean, it also casts, even if you don't think that Ron Logan did it, that makes those false confessions, which throw Rick's confessions into a whole different light as well.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot. I mean, the jury heard nothing of the truth. I mean, they were given no options. It was Rick or that was it. There was no other options. And I just wonder now if we've not heard, other than from the one, we've not heard from the rest of them, because the first one made them seem so silly, because she just came across silly to me. But the fact that they may be now, after serving on this jury, looking at the case going, oh my God, what did we do? And it wasn't their fault.
Well, while I'm hoping, you know, the case will be broken sooner. My real biggest hope for the appeal is uh, Gull's denial of the defense getting to put on the Odinism stuff as it applied to the arrangement of the crime scene once, and I forget which law enforcement officer who testified to it, might have been Cicero,
Mhm.
who referred to the crime scene as perhaps an undoing, which is what
Right.
the
Well,
FBI and that should have opened the bloody door to the and Gull. They tried to get the Odinism stuff in then, as at least as it pertained to the arrangement of the crime scene, And the idea that they didn't get the opportunity to come up with an alternative explanation for the arrangement of the crime scene is really bad. I mean, that's just really bad.
Mhm. I agree.
I mean, I've said it before, and Andrea Burkhart said it. I mean, I think she said in the recent thing, she's defended thousands of people. And I mean, as a public defender, she has, and that's doing mostly appellate stuff. But she said, I've seen a lot of bad judging, but I've never seen anything like this. And that's me too. I mean, I look, judges can be bad, judges can be biased, but I just, the stuff that is just not law that she did is really quite unbelievable.
No, you're right. And I mean, I just some of the things that she didn't even blink an eye at. For example, bringing those, after the safekeeping hearing and then putting on the fact that they were being videotaped during his meetings with his attorneys. And the warden got on there and said there was no sound. And then we get to trial and you find out there's freaking sound on every single one of them. And she doesn't blink an eye. I'm just like, what is happening here?
Well, I
And
want to know what she's going to think. I want to know what she's going to think of Lesenby. There's an affidavit attached to the response to the motion to correct error, right?
Mhm.
And he says, "Oh yeah, we transferred Rick to White County because of overcrowding," and that absolutely contradicts his sworn testimony of the 15th of June, where he said they transferred him for Rick's safety. He says nothing about overcrowding.
Right.
I mean,
And
it's the classic situation where if this were happening at trial, right? You depose the person, and they said what wasn't be said, and at the previous hearing in a deposition, and now live testimony says, yeah, it was for overcrowding, and you point out the prior statement to him, and he says, yeah, I said that. And I mean, the classic lawyer question is, well, were you lying then, or are you lying now?
Mhm.
Um,
And neither here nor there, once he's transferred into White County, he no longer has jurisdiction over a safekeeping order, correct?
yeah, he has no standing. Without any citation to authority, Nick McClelland said, well, he still had, custody of him because he was a Carroll County defendant. Well, bullshit. There's a safekeeping thing, and the safekeeping statute says the sheriff may file a motion for a safekeeping order. The sheriff was it has to be the sheriff of the jail where the person is, because it's about the jail conditions. It's not about where the person's a defendant. It's just and in his in it, he does say in his testimony on the 15th of June in 23 that they quite often transfer prisoners, pretrial detainees, to other jails because of overcrowding. You know what? I don't think that's legal.
I wouldn't think so either.
It maybe it should be, right. I mean, I'm not talking about human stuff. I'm not talking about this as a human, just about what the rules are. I mean, if you've got an overcrowded jail, there ought to be a mechanism by which you can farm somebody out to a neighboring jail that isn't overcrowded. But I don't think there is any legal mechanism for that.
Well, and I mean, where's it written that you can book someone into a county jail under a different name?
Yeah, I've never seen that before, and I really do have to. I mean, again, me giving them the benefit of the doubt, I really do think they were trying to, keep Rick safe. But uh, and
But
that's
they
but
they
the
don't
thing that,
get they don't get to do that, and then his attorney have issues finding him, and then turn around and pretend he didn't have an attorney.
yeah,
It's a domino effect, and everything that they're doing is you want to give them the benefit of the doubt. I think that most people would like to believe that, a county prosecutor or a state prosecutor would be honest and true. But in this case, every single thing they did points in the other direction.
well, I mean, there's a circumstantial case. That's right, and again, as I may have said elsewhere, I mean, you can certainly convict people in circumstantial cases, but and I'm pretty much the kind of person, I'm not going to accuse people of misconduct unless I have direct evidence, not just a circumstantial case.
Right.
And
There's too much
and
at stake. I mean, there's too much at stake because once they're convicted, it is a battle. It's a
well,
battle.
that's why I kind of, so I got into this because of the contempt stuff. So I was defending Brad and Andy and in the contempt proceedings, at least on paper. Dave Hennessy did it in court.
Mhm.
Um, but once I was into it and I saw sort of started looking at the facts, it was pretty obvious pretty fast that Rick Allen had nothing to do with this. And I do habeas work, which is really the last
Mhm.
chance gasp in these cases, and it is just a lot easier. Um, I kept telling myself to help prevent a wrongful conviction than to try to undo it.
Mhm.
And that's the only that's really why I've gotten into it. But now we're into the stage of having to undo it. So, in for a penny, in for a pound.
Yeah. I mean, I just hope he makes it. I hope that he's not going to go off that deep edge again or something happen before
Well,
his.
I think I can share this too. That the situation and condition in Westville is pretty dire.
Mm.
A couple weeks ago, there were early reports that he was in good spirits and doing pretty well, but um, that seems to have dramatically changed.
Wow. Well, the clock is ticking then.
Yeah.
That's scary. Um, well, we've been on here for 4 hours and
Oh, Jesus.
yeah, I've been on here for 4 hours. Crap. And I gotta work in the morning. So I wanna
Yeah, me too. I got Seventh Circuit stuff to do. It's not all Delphi.
so yeah, let's say goodnight. And oh, really quick, guys. I know a lot of you have been asking about this. This image on the screen right here is the railroad train farm that I've talked about for forever, where the Palladinos would go to hide. Um, you can see these railroad cars are discarded train cars from the Monon High Bridge. And actually, this lot here was surrounded by all of these trees. And some of these railroad cars are above ground and some of them are half buried. But this is where Talitha and all of them used to go and hide from the police. I've been told that CJ Palladino hid out here for a very long time um, when he had a warrant for his arrest. And the connection with them is that the man who owns this property, his daughter was married to Curtis Palladino. And the same and now if you go by here, I'm going to put a video up. Me and Cherie have video of this place because when we went out there, they were actually cutting all the trees down and you could see this place looks crazy. But the same man who owns this also owns this. The Caboose Lake and the train farm are the same owner. So if any of you out there are familiar with Caboose Lake in Remington, it's a campground. And they do have some train cars out there as well that they've restored for camping and lodging and all of that. So that's the crazy train farm. And I think that was my last slide. So perfect timing.
Hey, can we, can make people who know more than I do, somebody in your chat lowered customs says, how about Nick lying about the phone that he just submitted? No, there's the phone and the pictures, right? The 3 pictures, exhibits 9, 10, and 11, and his response to the motion to correct error. And lowered customs is saying it's not an iPhone 6S. It's a Samsung. Look at the pics of an iPhone 6S rose gold. It has white face and it's not curved on the side. Can you all? I mean, does somebody? I mean, I mean, is that phone? Is that phone in the picture identifiably not a 6S?
That I don't know, but for everybody in the chat, if anybody out there is a phone person and you can take those photos and compare, that's interesting.
Well, the reason I mean, all the forensic evidence is interesting to me, and I don't know if any of you have looked carefully at the phone. But to me, the condensation on the phone and the arrangement of the leaves, the condition of the leaves on the phone makes no sense.
No, not if she was laying on it.
Exactly. It makes absolutely no sense.
Lower customs, can you tell us have you actually compared these 2 phones? How do you come to that conclusion? I'm not doubting you. I'm just asking because.
Yeah, I mean, it's investigation. I mean, look, from lowered customs, I put up on Twitter, thinking too fast. It first looked to me like the case was broken. And then somebody pointed out, no, that's just a leaf over the thing. And I looked at it more closely, and it's investigation. You can make mistakes. But if you're right, I really want to, I want to, I mean, that's really important.
It is very important. So this person, precocent, hold on, I got to pop it up here. She says there's no blood on or around that phone. Well, Michael, do you know what portion of the body the phone was under? Wasn't it under like a leg?
Yeah, I think it was under a leg, but it could have been a leg, but I think it was also under a shoe or in a shoe.
I think it was under a shoe. And I think that really when it comes to Abby, there was no blood anywhere else other than up there by the wound. And
yeah.
Based on who you listen to, some people don't believe that that's where that happened. I don't know. Again, we've never seen crime scene photos. I've never seen any of the crime scene photos, so I don't know. So she says, look up both phones. And Lowered Custom says that they've had both those kinds of phones. This one says, well, guys, get on that. Let's start posting some pictures and comparing. It's not going to hurt. We've got nothing else to do on this case but dig until the filings come out. My buddy
Well, and
has
that's
it too. Go ahead.
and that's why it'd be such a great thing. I mean, I don't have any problem really with, keeping, pictures of the bodies or any parts of the bodies sealed. I really don't have a problem with that. But they should really release all the other crime scene photos that were exhibit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean that we're in the courtroom, and I mean, who knows if going forward, if Judge Gall's taken off the case, maybe we would get extremely lucky and have a judge who would allow cameras in the courtroom. They're not going to show those on television, but we would get a lot more. We would have a lot more of an idea of what we're actually looking at, and it's law enforcement from day one made this case extremely bizarre on their own. And I just feel like after everything that they said, that to arrest a Rick Allen, and now we are down to a lone wolf ranger who did this very quickly and haphazardly because he was scared, makes no sense. They've completely backtracked every single thing they've said from day one. They made us believe that this crime scene was unique and different and staged, and there were trophies, and it was odd. That was a big word, odd. It would be something that you'd want to take a picture of. Robert Ives said that multiple times. Court of public opinion, why do we assume that it's dew and not blood on the phone?
It's
I
clear. It's not. It doesn't look like blood.
Yeah, it doesn't look like blood to me. I mean, and it was February and it was nighttime, so I'm sure the leaves were wet, and if I don't know what the circumstances were when they took that photo, but I don't believe that there's blood on it, and if that is Libby's phone, that was found under Abby. It was down on the lower portion of her body, underneath of her leg, so it wouldn't have been in an area where there would have been any kind of blood on it.
Yeah, but those leaves would not have been in that. I mean, the leaves are just like perfectly laid
Oh
out.
yeah,
I mean,
it doesn't look like the area that they're photographing that someone laid there for, you know, 12 hours or more.
well, it's
It just
almost. It's almost like as if the it's almost as if the phone was there before the body, and maybe well before. I mean, the phone was there the whole time, and body was brought back,
Mhm.
and
Right.
and, and it really does. I mean, yeah. I mean, how does it get under if you're dropping a body down, and even if you're sticking the phone underneath? I mean, how do the leaves get arranged like that on the phone? I just don't know.
I don't know.
Well, uh, hope somebody can solve the conundrum of the phone.
Mhm.
Great picture. Great, great idea, lowered customs. If there's anything to it,
Right.
you might,
Yeah.
you might, you might. It might turn out that you're the Kathy Shank of the defense.
Yeah. Well, guys in the
No,
chat, if
I
you
mean,
if you go ahead.
no. I was just
Go
gonna
ahead.
say. I mean, it would be too much if Nick McClelland had like released a picture that proved his whole thing. The whole case was bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah, so if guys, if you have, email me. If you guys do some comparisons, I'll put it in a presentation and we'll go over it. I'll add it to my Dropbox of all the other stuff that I've got, and we'll just keep going. Um, and you know, that's all we can do. And um, hopefully for Rick's sake, something happens soon because this is just not a good situation at all for him.
Well, to go back, somebody put in the comment that, Abby lost most of her blood elsewhere. I mean, I think that was kind of the point about really what's weird about that photograph of Ron Logan's bathroom. I mean, it's, I'm not saying anybody was killed in there, but if he's got bloody clothes that he's burning, I mean, he probably had to go inside to change. And so there was probably blood everywhere if he was involved.
Yeah.
That bathroom, it is spotless.
Well, I would love to see those pictures if you have them. I've been
Yeah.
trying to get on some of these real estate sites to see if I can come across anything. Thank you, Dr. K. Thank you so much.
Here's the deal. I have not seen. I have only seen the discovery necessary to do the motion to correct error. But the deal with the discovery is it is still under a protective order. Protective order says you can't copy it, you can't give it to anybody, but it doesn't say you can't talk about it.
Gotcha. What are the rules? So, for example, all of the exhibits that were attached to the Franks motion, is that a part of?
I'm working on getting them public.
Okay, because there's quite a few of those that I would like to see, and they weren't part of the trial.
No, but and frankly, and they should not have been filed confidentially.
Okay. Well, aren't there a couple of crime scene photos in there?
Well, there was no motion so there was no order that the crime scene photos be sealed, and even with the protective order, you can't. I mean, there was stuff from the discovery and the motion to correct error filing. I mean, all that stuff was from the discovery. You can't prevent people. You can't prevent people from using the discovery and filings. I mean, once if they've been ordered sealed, then they would have had to have been filed confidentially, like the Reese Davis tip that was in the Orion file. If there'd been the protective order didn't say that you had to file stuff, it was sealed, just said you couldn't share it with people, but that's a different thing from attaching it as an exhibit in an actual court filing. And by the way, the discovery having a protective order, there are 15 to 20 terabytes of stuff. Obviously, there is stuff that would be absolutely harmless to make public, but there's a lot of stuff. I mean, look, there's an argument about how many tips there were, but it would be a disaster if all the tips got out. I mean, and everybody found out. There's personal information in there. I mean, that's be public, and there's all kinds of stuff in the discovery like that. So people should really. The protective order on the discovery is not a bad idea. And it's just sort of physically not possible to go through each piece, right, and say what should be made public and what shouldn't, and the stuff that shouldn't be made public would be so damaging. All you can do, it may be overbroad, covering stuff that really doesn't need to be protected kept from the public, but really the only way to handle it is to say, yeah, none of it's made public.
So what are the odds, do you think, of you being able to get at least the exhibits from the Franks hearing or the Franks motion?
I think they're pretty good. I think they're pretty good, and I don't think there's anything. I don't know what the defense wants to do, and I don't know what the prosecution wants to do, but there have been all these public records requests to the extent that the lawyers have copies of the exhibits, which, in most cases, you always get a copy of the exhibit. There's nothing preventing them from making the exhibits public.
Well, you guys, I'm seeing your who just said that? Where'd it go? Somebody. So Trial Junkie says, come on. Patrick Westfall says he gets in the creek through a trail from the CPS building. I have a video of that location where the old CPS building used to be, and how that trail walks up along. Like if you've ever been to the trails, you know that you enter the trails on the right-hand side, but there's another gate on the opposite side on the left. And if you go through that, it takes you on a path that goes along the side of the road over towards the CPS lot where the CPS building used to be. So if he's saying that he can get into the creek from over there, what he's doing is he's walking past the entrance to the Freedom Bridge area, and he's going down along past the houses and into the woods at some point. But I mean, next time I go out there, I'll look for that path. I don't know how he would be doing that, but I'm sure it's possible. I'm sure it's absolutely possible. But the fact that he's even saying that he could do that is, I got a problem with. It's almost like that whole little group of people just want to taunt. Just like, Brad Holder was taunting everybody on Facebook for a long time, pretending, that one little video that he posted about his hats. He just thought it was funny. And I don't understand why he would think it was funny that his son's little girlfriend was unalived. I don't get that. That says a lot about him to me. So, all right, guys. Well, let's wrap this up. It's almost 11:30. Michael, you can join me anytime. Michael, you're muted.
I said thank you for the opportunity. Sorry, I was muted. I said thank you for the opportunity. I said, you said, you're saying I'm welcome on any time. I'd probably end up repeating myself, which I do too much anyway.
That's okay. I don't think anybody would get tired of it. So this is one of those cases. So yeah, you're welcome on here anytime.
Thanks.
You're welcome. And I want to say thank you to Dr. K for all of the gifted memberships. That was awesome. Now I'm going to have to load up in the members only section for you guys. I'll come up with some good stuff. And thanks everybody for being here. Don't forget, if you guys come across anything or you have anything that you feel is worth sharing, email it to me. I'll plug it in with all the other stuff that I have. And hopefully between all of us, we can help Rick figure out what happened to those two little girls. So thanks you guys for coming in. Have a good night.